Hey there! Tonight, we're leaving behind the shining heights of Olympus and stepping into the darker edges of Greek myth. Into lonely temples, cursed transformations, and the whispers of gods who could change a mortal's fate with a glance. This is the story of Medusa, once a mortal woman, later a gorgon feared by all. With serpents for hair and a gaze that could turn the living to stone, her tale is one of beauty, wrath, and tragedy. She was not only a monster of legend, but also a reminder of how fragile mortals were under the power of the divine. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, let the stillness gather. Close your eyes, and let's begin with the tale of Medusa. Long before the name Medusa began to send a chill down the spine of listeners, there was a world in which monsters, gods, and mortals all mingled in stories passed from one Greek hearth to the next. To understand Medusa, one must first situate her in the peculiar imaginative landscape of the ancient Greeks, a people who looked at the world around them and saw not simply rivers and mountains, but divine personalities flowing and towering in those very forms. For them, the thunder was not an accident of clouds, but the booming voice of Zeus. The ocean was not merely salt and waves, but the body of Poseidon himself, rolling and surging in eternal mood swings. Now, to modern ears, this might sound rather dramatic, but the Greeks had a talent for dramatics. They invented theatre after all. They found explanations for the baffling corners of existence in characters with elaborate family trees, most of whom had a penchant for affairs, grudges, and highly questionable parenting. It was in this crowded theatre of gods and monsters that the story of Medusa took shape. The Greeks often cast their monsters as symbols of the edges of human experience, those fearful realms just beyond civilization. Monsters were useful. They could be blamed for dangers lurking in forests or at sea. They could mark the limits of geography, warning sailors that beyond a certain headland lay chaos itself. So when you hear about a monster like Medusa, remember that she was not only a frightening tale told to make children behave, but also a sort of psychological landmark, a reminder of what lay beyond safety. To get there, however, we must go backwards in mythological genealogy. The Greeks loved genealogy with the same passion some families reserve for arguing about inheritances. Medusa, as you may know, was a gorgon, but not the only one. She had two sisters, Steno and Euryale, who were immortal. Unlike Medusa, who rather unfairly was born mortal. Their parents were Phorcys and Ceto, a pair of primordial deities whose domain was the sea. Now these two are not exactly household names. They don't often appear in popular retellings, and if you were to invite them to dinner, you'd probably regret it, since Ceto's portfolio included sea monsters of every variety. One imagines awkward conversation over soup, but these genealogical details matter, for they show us how deeply woven into the fabric of the cosmos Medusa was supposed to be. She was not an isolated invention, but part of a lineage of beings representing the primal, terrifying face of nature. To the Greeks, the sea was as much a source of dread as it was of livelihood, and it is hardly surprising that the monsters born of Phorcys and Ceto should carry that aura of danger. What's interesting is that in the earliest Greek art and literature, the Gorgons were not the sort of creatures to inspire gothic horror novels, but rather something far stranger. They were depicted with wide, grinning mouths, boars' tusks, protruding tongues, and sometimes even wings. If you've ever stumbled across one of those Gorgoneon masks, the stylized Gorgon heads carved on temples or shields, you might find them almost comical, with their bulging eyes and stuck-out tongues. They were meant to ward off evil, functioning as protective emblems. Rather like hanging up a beware of dog sign, only in this case the dog happens to petrify trespassers with a glance. Medusa's uniqueness among her sisters is that she alone was mortal. This narrative choice allowed for her eventual defeat at the hands of a hero. Because let's face it, Greek myths always had to give the heroes something dramatic to do. But in her earliest incarnations, she was not necessarily the tragic figure of later retellings. Instead, she was just another monster, part of the background noise of Greek mythology, appearing chiefly to be vanquished. As the centuries passed, however, the story became more complicated. Myths are rather like a recipe that is passed down generations, each cook adding a pinch of spice or a splash of wine, until the dish bears only a faint resemblance to the original. By the time the Roman poet Ovid was writing in his Metamorphoses, Medusa's backstory had developed into something more poignant. Ovid tells us that Medusa was once a beautiful maiden, admired for her flowing hair. So admired, in fact, that Poseidon himself could not resist her. Unfortunately, he chose to pursue her in the temple of Athena, an act which not only violated Medusa, but also desecrated the sacred space. Athena, not known for her soft-heartedness, punished Medusa rather than Poseidon, which does feel like the mythological equivalent of sending the wrong child to bed without supper. The cultural context here is important. To the Greeks, the violation of a temple was a serious offence, and in their moral logic, the defilement of a sacred place demanded retribution. It mattered less who did the deed, and more that the space was dishonoured. Thus, Athena transformed Medusa into the monster we know. Hair of serpents, eyes whose gaze turned men to stone, a face so dreadful that none could look upon it and live. Now, if you pause here and imagine yourself an ancient Greek, you might understand the resonance of this transformation. Snakes, for example, were creatures of both fascination and fear. They shed their skins and thus symbolized renewal, but they also lurked unseen in grass, ready to strike. In mythology, snakes were often linked to chthonic, or underworld forces. To give Medusa a crown of writhing serpents was to mark her as belonging to the liminal space between life and death, beauty and horror, mortal and monstrous. One might also note with a faint smile that the Greeks seem to have a rather loose definition of fair punishment. Athena, rather than confronting her uncle Poseidon, the god of earthquakes, horses, and rather questionable decision-making, decided that the mortal woman would bear the brunt of the consequences. It is perhaps a reflection of the patriarchal structure of Greek society itself, in which women often bore punishment for circumstances well beyond their control. At this stage of the story, Medusa's fate seems sealed. She is no longer the admired maiden, but the feared creature. And yet, interestingly enough, the Greeks did not always treat her image with dread. As mentioned earlier, the Gorgoneon, her severed head, was placed on shields, breastplates, and temple walls. Even Athena, the very goddess who cursed her, bore her likeness on her aegis, that famous protective cloak. In a way, Medusa became a paradox, loathed and feared, yet also invoked for safety and protection. It is as though the very horror she represented could be flipped inside out and transformed into a power against evil. Before we arrive at Perseus, the golden boy destined to lop off Medusa's head, it's worth reflecting on how these myths functioned in everyday Greek life. For us, the story is a work of literature, something to be read in a quiet evening. For them, it was closer to a cultural operating system, guiding their rituals, their fears, their understanding of why the world was the way it was. The figure of Medusa, embodying both beauty and terror, punishment and protection, is a reminder of how comfortable the Greeks were with contradictions. They were not especially bothered by whether a story was morally fair or neatly logical. Myths were not sermons. They were mirrors of the untidy complexity of human life. And so, before Medusa becomes the victim of Perseus's heroics, before her head is swung about like an all-purpose divine weapon, we find her here, standing at the threshold between mortal beauty and monstrous terror. She is the creature of the edge, the guardian of the beyond. To some, a cautionary tale. To others, a symbol of resilience. To all, a face that could never quite be forgotten. If you imagine yourself in ancient Greece, perhaps reclining upon a couch with a cup of wine that may or may not have been watered down according to custom, you would likely hear stories told not in neat chapters, but in a kind of living, evolving web of tales. The myths did not exist as single definitive versions, the way we now expect from novels or films. Instead, each storyteller bent and shaped them according to audience, mood, or even political climate. So it is with Medusa, whose origins are stitched together from the fragments of poets, dramatists, and the wandering bards of a time when memory, not paper, carried knowledge. Her beginnings, however, are consistently linked to a family that might politely be described as eccentric. The Greeks were terribly fond of assigning parentage, even to their monsters. Nothing simply sprang into being without a proper genealogy. And so we return to Medusa's parents, Phorcys and Ceto. Phorcys, you see, was a primordial sea god, older than the Olympians, with the sort of unsettling presence one imagines when gazing into a deep trench where the light fails. His consort, Ceto, was a goddess equally maritime, but less in the way of serene waves and more in the way of squids, sea beasts, and creatures that made sailors regret ever leaving port. Together they populated the mythological seascape, with offspring that make one rather grateful they belong firmly to the realm of imagination. Ladon, the 100-headed serpent, for instance, or Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters, who paired up with Typhon and gave us such memorable creations as Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, the Hydra with its many heads, and the Chimera, a sort of lion-goat-serpent ensemble that suggests the gods were sometimes careless with the cosmic glue. Amidst this menagerie, the Gorgons stand out as particularly fearsome. Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, the trio whose very name meant grim or dreadful. In early Greek art, they were shown with grotesque, wide grins, tusks protruding, and often with wings sprouting from their backs. Archaeologists have uncovered Gorgonean masks dating back to the 6th century BCE, placed on temples and shields as protective emblems. These images were less about telling Medusa's story and more about harnessing the raw fright she represented. Rather like hanging up a rather ugly gargoyle above your door, the idea was that ugliness itself could scare away misfortune. But within this family of horrors, Medusa was different. The myths consistently emphasise that she alone was mortal, which, if nothing else, was dramatically convenient for later poets who needed a monster that could, at last, be slain. The sisters Steno and Euryale were invincible, but Medusa was vulnerable. To the Greek mind, this made her both tragic and useful. A being who could represent danger, yet not be so permanent that no hero could claim a victory. One should also note how these stories reflect geography as much as imagination. The Gorgons were said to dwell at the edge of the world, in places far removed from ordinary Greek life. Some sources placed them near the ocean at the westernmost edge, others in the far north. This edge of the map motif was common in myth. When one sailed beyond familiar waters, where stars grew unfamiliar and currents grew treacherous, it was helpful, psychologically, if not practically, to imagine that monsters dwelled there. After all, how better to discourage young sailors from wandering too far than to tell them a trio of snake-haired sisters were waiting to petrify them? Still, if we step away from the mythology and look at the archaeological record, one sees how potent Medusa's image became in daily life. The Gorgoneion, as it was called, was carved into temple pediments at places like Corfu, glaring out at worshippers and, one supposes, at any passing malevolent spirits. Coins from Sicily carried her face, suggesting that cities adopted her as a kind of civic guardian. To wear or display Medusa was to announce both defiance and protection. It is rather like the modern use of a skull emblem, simultaneously a warning and a declaration of strength. There is also something deeply symbolic in the fact that Medusa alone was not eternal. The Greeks had a knack for embodying human anxieties in their stories, and mortality was the most universal of all. While her sisters represented the unending, almost cosmic terrors of the universe, Medusa represented the fleeting, vulnerable condition of mankind. Yes, she was dangerous, but she could die, just as all mortals must. In that sense, her story bridges the gap between divine myth and human experience. And here we find the beginnings of sympathy for Medusa. Though later centuries would cast her as a tragic figure cursed by Athena, even in the earliest layers of myth, one senses that she is an anomaly, a monster who, unlike her immortal kin, carries the burden of eventual defeat. In literature, she appears almost always in the context of someone else's tale, Perseus's tale, Athena's, even Ovid's broader narrative in the Metamorphoses. Rarely does she stand centre stage as her own protagonist. It is a curious fate. She is both unforgettable and yet constantly overshadowed. The Greeks, of course, were fond of such layered contradictions. Consider that the same culture who painted her as a grotesque also carved her likeness lovingly into shields and temples. They feared her, yet they needed her. She was the embodiment of terror, but also the charm against it. And perhaps therein lies the true fascination of her myth. She is the monster who cannot be dismissed, because she is also the protector you quietly rely upon. If you close your eyes and picture the temples of the archaic period, their pediments rising in bright paint against a Mediterranean sky, you might see her face staring out with that toothy grin. To the worshippers, she was not merely a villain from a bedtime story, but an active guardian. In that gaze, carved in stone, there was both menace and safety. The paradox of Medusa was literally built into the architecture of their sacred spaces. Of course, when myths live as long as hers have, they acquire layers upon layers of interpretation. Some later writers, looking back, tried to soften the image of the Gorgons. Others hardened it. Some even suggested alternate parentage or differing numbers of sisters. But the core remained. 3 dreadful beings born of the sea, living at the edges of the world, with one, Medusa, fated to fall. One could spend a lifetime cataloguing the small details of these myths, and scholars often have. Was Medusa winged, as early vase paintings show? Did her sisters shriek so loudly that it shook the very ground? Did her face petrify instantly, or only after one met her eyes directly? These questions may sound like idle curiosities, and in a sense they are. Yet they reveal how deeply the Greeks obsessed over consistency in storytelling, while simultaneously allowing contradictions to coexist. And so, before Perseus ever sets out, before Athena sharpens her sense of vengeance, Medusa stands with her sisters as a sentinel of fear, a figure sculpted from the Greeks' fascination with the sea, with mortality, and with the idea that even monsters might serve protective ends. She is mortal, yes, but no less formidable for it. She is not yet the tragic figure cursed for her beauty, nor the severed head brandished as a weapon. She is still simply Medusa, daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, sister to immortal terrors, dwelling at the periphery of the known world. And as the firelight flickered on the walls of an ancient Greek home, and a storyteller's voice rose and fell, one suspects that listeners drifted off to sleep with her image hovering at the edge of their dreams. A monster, yes, but also a mirror of the very fears that haunted the edges of human thought. To move further into the story of Medusa, we must now turn to her most curious distinction, that unlike her sisters, she was mortal. It may sound like a small detail, but in the mythological world of the Greeks, such distinctions mattered greatly. Immortality, after all, was the defining trait of the gods and their monstrous offspring. To be mortal among immortals was to be a walking contradiction. And yet, this was Medusa's lot. Imagine, if you will, being part of a family where everyone but you was immune to age, injury, or death. Rather like being the only one in your household without a decent raincoat on a drizzly day. You are bound to feel singled out. For the poets and storytellers, this odd condition created narrative tension. A monster that could be killed was in truth a monster worth writing about, because it allowed for a story of triumph. But before her eventual downfall at the hands of Perseus, the traditions insist on one thing: Medusa had been beautiful. Not merely pleasant to look at, but dazzling. A woman whose hair was said to be her crowning glory. Now, one might cynically observe that in Greek mythology, such beauty was rarely a blessing. More often, it was a liability. From Helen of Troy, whose beauty supposedly launched 1,000 ships, to Narcissus, whose good looks led him to drown staring at his reflection, the Greeks had a habit of turning beauty into trouble. Medusa's beauty caught the eye of Poseidon. The god of the sea was not exactly a model of restraint. His portfolio included earthquakes, storms, horses, and rather regrettably, a long list of unwanted pursuits of mortals. And so the story goes that he sought out Medusa and, depending on the version you hear, seduced her or forced himself upon her. The setting of this act is crucial: the temple of Athena. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and crafts, was famously protective of her temples. To defile one of them was considered an unthinkable crime. Yet, in the way of myths, the blame did not fall upon Poseidon, despite his rather obvious role in the affair. Instead, it fell squarely upon Medusa. The logic is warped, but it reflects the deeply patriarchal society in which these stories were told. Athena, furious at the desecration, punished Medusa by transforming her into the monster we know, serpents for hair, eyes that petrified, a visage so dreadful that one glimpse could end a life. One cannot help but notice the tragic irony. A maiden once praised for her beauty became feared for her ugliness. The very feature that had attracted divine attention, her hair, was twisted into its opposite. Where once it flowed in glossy strands, it now writhed with venomous serpents. Where once her gaze might have captivated admirers, it now turned them to stone. There is, of course, symbolism in all of this. The snake, in Greek thought, was a creature of contradiction. It represented both danger and healing. Consider that Asclepius, god of medicine, carried a staff with a serpent twined around it, a symbol we still use today. Snakes shed their skins, suggesting rebirth, but they also bite, often fatally. To crown Medusa with snakes was to link her permanently with the forces of death and renewal, terror and fascination. Now, depending on one's interpretive lens, Athena's actions can be seen in several ways. Some modern readers see the curse not as punishment, but as protection, transforming Medusa into a figure so formidable that she could no longer be harmed by men. Others view it simply as cruelty, an example of the gods' notorious habit of punishing mortals for offences they did not commit. The ancient sources, for their part, leave the matter ambiguous. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, lingers on Medusa's beauty and downfall, painting her as a tragic victim. Hesiod, much earlier, scarcely mentions the circumstances at all, focusing instead on her monstrous form and her role as Perseus's quarry. Whatever the case, her transformation marked a turning point in how she was remembered. Before, she was one of 3 Gorgon sisters, formidable but not especially unique. Afterward, she became singular, a story all her own. It is curious how tragedy has a way of cementing characters in cultural memory. Without her curse, perhaps Medusa would have remained a minor monster, in a footnote of Hesiod. With it, she became unforgettable. We must not forget the cultural context of these myths. To the Greeks, women who violated boundaries, intentionally or not, often faced dire consequences. The myths of Callisto, transformed into a bear for breaking her vow of chastity, or Daphne, pursued by Apollo until she begged for escape and was turned into a laurel tree, remind us of how often female figures bore the brunt of divine whims. Medusa belongs to this sorrowful pattern. Yet even as a monster, she was not wholly reviled. Her head, once severed, became a symbol of protection. Athena paradoxically placed it upon her aegis. Soldiers carried it into battle, carved upon their shields to frighten enemies. How strange that the goddess who cursed Medusa would later appropriate her image as a source of power. But this too was Greek logic. That which is most fearsome can also serve as a talisman. It is worth pausing here to consider the psychology of the petrifying gaze. To be turned to stone is, quite literally, to be paralysed with fear. The metaphor is baked into our language even today. We speak of being frozen in terror. Medusa's power was not simply that she killed, but that she immobilised. She robbed her victims of agency, locking them in place forever. For a society deeply concerned with honour, motion and action, such a fate was worse than death. It was death with humiliation, a permanent reminder of weakness. And so Medusa became more than a monster. She became a symbol of a fate to be dreaded, and by extension, a symbol of divine punishment. To look upon her was to be reminded of one's limits. No warrior, however skilled, could resist the simple act of sight. No shield or spear could save you from the treachery of your own eyes. There is also something of a cosmic balance in her story. The Greeks believed in hubris, the sin of overstepping mortal boundaries, and in Nemesis, the retribution that followed. Medusa, once admired for her beauty, became a warning of how swiftly fortune could turn. To go from celebrated maiden to monstrous exile was to embody the precariousness of human life, a lesson the Greeks never tired of telling. Yet despite her terrifying form, she retains a trace of humanity. Unlike her immortal sisters, she can die. Unlike the other monsters, she has a past, a before and after. We are invited to imagine her not just as a beast, but as a woman who suffered unjustly, who lived with a curse she did not choose. Perhaps this is why she has continued to fascinate for millennia. She is both terrifying and sympathetic, a paradox wrapped in serpents. And so, in this stage of her story, Medusa stands apart from her sisters, marked by mortality, cursed with serpents. Her beauty turned to horror. She lives not in the bustling world of men, but in the distant reaches, a reminder of divine power and human fragility. She is no longer merely one of many children of the sea, but a figure destined for confrontation. Her fate sealed in the imaginations of poets and listeners alike. As the Greeks told her story, perhaps by firelight or in the open air of a symposium, one imagines their listeners leaning closer, caught between fear and pity. For here was a tale not only of a monster, but of a maiden undone by forces far beyond her control. A story of transformation, of punishment, and of a beauty that became both her gift and her curse. Yet Medusa's case feels particularly poignant, perhaps because of her lingering humanity. She did not ask for her beauty. She did not ask for Poseidon's pursuit. And she certainly did not ask to be turned into a monster. In her fate, we glimpse a reflection of ancient society's unease with female power. A beautiful woman might attract desire, but too much beauty was dangerous. A woman might serve in a temple, but one misstep, or even no misstep at all, could spell disaster. Medusa embodies these anxieties, and so, from that moment onward, she was cast out, destined to live on the fringes of the world. Different authors place her in different locations, some in Libya, others at the edge of Oceanus, the great river encircling the world. Always, though, she is beyond reach, on the margins of human habitation. There, in solitude, she became the figure that would haunt the imagination for centuries. If you picture her wandering those lonely places, you might almost feel sympathy. She did not choose her fate, and yet she bore it with a kind of grim endurance. She became a guardian of thresholds, a warning carved into the very fabric of myth. Beware the power of gods, beware the peril of beauty, beware the fragile line between mortal and monster. The story of her curse also raises questions about Athena herself. The goddess is often portrayed as wise, rational, the protector of heroes. Yet here her actions appear harsh, even cruel. It reminds us that the gods of Greece were not paragons of morality. They were powerful, yes, but also capricious, flawed, and deeply human in their emotions. In punishing Medusa, Athena revealed the darker side of divine justice, a justice more concerned with symbolism than fairness. And yet, perhaps, that is precisely why these myths endured. They mirrored the contradictions of life itself. Justice was not always fair. The innocent often suffered. Beauty could be as perilous as ugliness. Power could both protect and destroy. Medusa's curse is not simply a tale of divine wrath, it is a meditation on the precariousness of existence. As Greek listeners heard the tale, perhaps they nodded in recognition. For who among them had not seen a neighbour punished unfairly? Who had not known the capriciousness of fortune, the way the sea could shift from calm to storm in the blink of an eye? Medusa's story, though wrapped in serpents and stone, spoke to a deeper truth. Life is rarely just, and survival often comes at the cost of transformation. And so, cursed and cast out, Medusa takes her place in the mythic landscape, not yet slain, not yet the severed head upon Athena's shield, but already transformed into something unforgettable. She is a reminder that even the gods, with all their wisdom and splendour, could be as unfair and as flawed as the mortals who worshipped them. The Temple of Athena is a curious stage upon which to place one of the most consequential episodes of Medusa's story. To the Greeks, temples were not simply stone buildings but living sanctuaries, places where the divine and the mortal brushed shoulders. A temple was the home of a god, and to step inside was to step onto sacred ground, heavy with the presence of the divine. It is within one such space that Medusa's fate took its most infamous turn. The myths tell us that Medusa, still mortal and still beautiful, served as a priestess of Athena. To serve in such a role was a profound honour. Priestesses were expected to remain chaste, their lives devoted to the goddess. One can imagine her tending to the rituals, perhaps arranging offerings of olive oil and garlands, perhaps weaving, as Athena herself was the patroness of the loom. Her life might have been one of quiet devotion, in stark contrast to the turmoil awaiting her. Enter Poseidon. Now Poseidon was not known for his restraint, as we have mentioned before. He was as unpredictable as the sea he governed, capable of calm one moment and tempestuous rage the next. To this day, sailors are wary of the sea's sudden shifts, and in the mythic imagination, Poseidon personified that volatility. He desired Medusa, and desire in mythology seldom ended well for mortals. Whether we interpret his actions as seduction or as assault, the outcome is the same. The sacred temple was defiled. For Athena, this was an outrage. Imagine, if you will, someone barging into your living room and turning it into the scene of a scandal. Multiply that feeling 1,000-fold, and you have some sense of the goddess's fury. Yet, in a twist that strikes modern ears as profoundly unjust, Athena did not turn her wrath upon Poseidon. He, after all, was her uncle, an Olympian of equal rank. To strike against him would risk divine conflict of a scale that might tear the heavens apart. Instead, she directed her anger toward Medusa. It is here that Medusa's story tilts fully into tragedy. The priestess, punished not for her own crime, but for being caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, became the vessel of Athena's vengeance. The goddess transformed her hair into serpents, her face into something dreadful, her very gaze into a weapon that froze men in stone. One imagines the horror of that first moment. Her hair writhing, her reflection unbearable, her isolation instantaneous. Now, from one angle, this reads like cruelty of the highest order. Yet myths are often layered, and some later interpreters have seen in Athena's curse a kind of dark protection. No longer would Medusa be vulnerable to the predations of men. No longer could she be touched against her will. Her monstrous form made her untouchable, her gaze a shield as much as a weapon. Was Athena saving her priestess in the only way she knew how? Or was she condemning her to solitude, The ancients do not say. To the Greeks, snakes carried rich symbolism. They slithered between life and death, vanishing underground in winter, reappearing in spring. They guarded sacred spaces and were associated with chthonic gods of the underworld. Serpents adorned the staff of Asclepius, god of healing, even as they inspired terror in daily life. To give Medusa a crown of snakes was to bind her irrevocably to this liminal world of death and rebirth. She was no longer simply mortal. She was something else entirely, perched on the threshold of the human and the monstrous. It is worth pausing to imagine the cultural power of this transformation. Greek audiences, hearing the tale, would have been struck by its drama. Here was a woman, once a priestess, now forced to live in exile. Her beauty, once admired, had been turned into its opposite. Where she had been adored, she was now feared. She had crossed an invisible boundary, from celebrated mortal to outcast creature. And yet, in that transformation lay power. For the first time, she was no longer at the mercy of gods or men. Athena herself, paradoxical though it seems, later came to wield Medusa's image. The goddess affixed the gorgoneon, the severed head of Medusa, to her aegis, her shield or cloak, to terrify her enemies. This is the strange irony of Medusa's curse. She became both punished and useful, both victim and weapon. The Greeks had a habit of recycling their myths, and Medusa's fate illustrates how the line between curse and blessing was often blurred. Now, one might chuckle a little at the divine double standards. Poseidon causes the scandal, and Medusa receives the punishment. It is a familiar theme in Greek mythology. Gods behaving badly, mortals paying the price. Poor Actaeon glimpses Artemis bathing, and is promptly torn apart by his own hounds. Niobe boasts of her children, and Apollo and Artemis slaughter them to teach her humility. The pattern is clear. When the divine is offended, mortals suffer, whether guilty or not. Exile is a cruel companion. Once transformed into her serpent-crowned state, Medusa was driven from the world of men, condemned to the lonely wilderness at the edges of Greek imagination. The poets tell us she dwelled far away, in lands scarcely charted, beyond Libya, perhaps even near Oceanus, the vast river said to encircle the earth. In a time when geography was as much myth as map, to say someone lived at the edge meant not just physical distance, but spiritual otherness. Medusa became a creature of thresholds, stationed at the very boundary between the human world and the unknown. It is a bleak picture to conjure. Imagine her wandering barren coasts, the wind hissing through rocks, while her serpentine hair provided its own sinister chorus. Each hiss might have been a reminder of Athena's curse, a constant soundtrack of her misfortune. No bustling marketplace, no temple rituals, no companions, only solitude and the terrible knowledge that her very gaze meant death for any who stumbled across her path. Even the bravest traveller, should they chance upon her lair, would have had mere moments before turning to stone. And so, with every new statue, her loneliness grew, for her companions were frozen reminders of encounters that ended too quickly. Here lies a fascinating paradox. She was cursed for being violated in a sacred space, punished for beauty, and then rendered so terrifying that she could never again be approached. Yet in that solitude there was a strange, reluctant power. No man could harm her. No god dared to try again. For the first time, perhaps, Medusa was safe, but safety purchased at the cost of complete isolation. The Greeks were fascinated with monsters who lived at the margins of the world. The Gorgons, of whom Medusa was the youngest, were described in Hesiod's Theogony as dwelling near the night world, close to the Hesperides, the nymphs who tended the golden apples. Stheno and Euryale, Medusa's sisters, were immortal, while she alone was mortal. This detail is crucial. Her mortality meant her story had a definite conclusion, unlike her sisters who would persist eternally. It also suggests that the Greeks used her figure as a moral lesson. Monsters who cannot die are the stuff of eternal fear, but Medusa's mortality meant she could eventually be conquered, her power contained. One might imagine her sisters as her only company in those barren lands. Later poets made much of their grief when she was slain, their wails echoing through the night. For now, though, it is uncertain whether they dwelled together or apart. Some accounts suggest a tight-knit trio, bound in sisterhood against the world. Others portray Medusa as solitary, her curse too heavy even for her kin to share. In either telling, hers was a life that could not return to what it had been. Let us turn for a moment to the Greek view of monsters more broadly. To them, monstrosity often marked boundaries between life and death, between the civilized and the wild, between Greece and the barbarian lands beyond. Medusa embodied all three. She was alive, yes, but with the death gaze that instantly ended others. She dwelled outside the Greek world, in places uncharted, and she was both human and not human, familiar yet profoundly alien. In this sense, she symbolized everything uncertain, everything uncontrollable. Her serpentine crown only deepens the symbolism. Snakes were feared, but also revered. They crept into tombs and houses alike, appearing in stories as omens. The household gods of Athens, the Agathos daemon, sometimes took the form of serpents. In Egypt, too, snakes symbolized protection and divine power. Thus, Medusa's snake hair was not simply grotesque decoration. It tied her to a web of associations that made her even more potent. She was dreadful, but also sacred. Dangerous, but also protective. This may explain why her image appeared so widely in art. From the 6th century BCE onwards, the Gorgoneon, the stylized head of Medusa, was carved into temples, shields, breastplates, and even drinking cups. It was apotropaic, meaning it was used to ward off evil. Rather amusing, really. While the myth says Medusa herself was shunned and feared, her likeness was everywhere, pressed into service as a sort of supernatural burglar alarm. Imagine being so terrifying that people put your face on their door knockers for safety. An honour of sorts, though I suspect Medusa herself would have been less than flattered. Still, life in exile would have been slow, each day marked by the monotony of survival. The Greeks rarely described what Medusa did in her solitude, but one can imagine her haunting rocky caves, watching the horizon, waiting for the occasional unfortunate sailor or wandering hero to stumble her way. Each encounter must have ended the same. Another figure, frozen mid-motion. A grim statue to add to her growing collection. Did she grow used to it, or did it torment her? Did she speak to them, as though to companions who never replied? We cannot know, though the thought is haunting. Her mortality also gave her life urgency. She may have known, even then, that a hero would one day come for her. After all, Greek mythology is replete with such patterns. Monsters exist to be slain, their deaths proof of the hero's glory. One imagines that as she sat among her stony victims, she wondered which son of Zeus, or which cunning mortal favoured by a god, would be the one to end her. That is the cruel symmetry of Greek myth. Mortals suffer not only to serve the whims of gods, but also to provide stepping stones for the triumphs of heroes. And yet, as time passed, her legend grew. Stories of her petrifying gaze travelled across the Mediterranean. Traders, soldiers, and poets spread the tale. To the Greeks, she was a figure of terror. To others, she might have seemed almost divine, a guardian of hidden lands. Even her name carried power. In Greek, Medusa derives from the word maiden, meaning to guard or to protect. So even in her curse, even in her exile, she was more than a victim. She was a symbol of guardianship, albeit in fearsome form. The Romans, centuries later, would embrace this symbolism fully. Medusa's head appeared on mosaics, coins, and armour. Even the Emperor Alexander Severus displayed her image as a talisman. Her isolation had become her fame, her suffering transformed into cultural power. There is an irony here as sharp as any in Greek tragedy. The woman cast out for desecration became a universal emblem of protection. But to return to the lonely figure herself, imagine the silence of those nights. Stars wheeling above, waves crashing against distant rocks, and Medusa alone, cursed by a goddess, abandoned by humanity, haunted by serpents that whispered ceaselessly around her head. There is something profoundly sad in it, yet also strangely noble. She endured. For years, perhaps decades, she endured. And though her fate was written, her endurance itself is worthy of remembrance. It is also here, in this chapter of her tale, that we can reflect upon how myths function as mirrors of human anxiety. The Greeks feared exile, feared dishonour, feared the loneliness of being cut off from the polis, the community. Medusa embodied all these fears. She was the outcast, the unapproachable, the ultimate foreigner. Yet she also represented a kind of liberation. Cut free from society, she answered to no man, no law. Hers was the dangerous freedom of the wilderness. This tension between curse and liberation, victimhood and power, is what makes Medusa endlessly compelling. She is not a one-note monster, snarling and slain in a single breath. She is layered, a priestess wronged, a woman punished, a creature feared, a guardian revered. In her exile, all these layers converged, and so, as she lingered at the world's edge, her legend grew. Her image multiplied, and her name etched itself into the cultural memory of Greece and beyond. She was no longer merely Medusa the woman. She was Medusa the idea, eternal, haunting, both feared and strangely admired. Every story that begins with a monster in exile, sooner or later, attracts a hero. Greek mythology has a particular fondness for such encounters. A dreadful creature is placed at the far reaches of the world, and eventually some plucky mortal, usually with divine parentage or sponsorship, is sent to tidy up the matter. It is almost as if the universe of Greek myth worked like a cosmic filing cabinet. Monsters were paperwork, and heroes were dispatched to keep everything neatly in order. And in the case of Medusa, the man who opened her file was Perseus. Now, Perseus was no ordinary adventurer. He was rather conveniently the son of Zeus himself. His mother Danae had been locked away in a bronze chamber by her father Acrisius, king of Argos. Acrisius had heard a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, an occupational hazard for Greek kings, who might have done better to avoid having daughters at all, given how often these prophecies came true. Zeus, in one of his less subtle disguises, transformed into a shower of golden rain and impregnated Danae despite the bronze prison. The result was Perseus, a child already marked for greatness. From his earliest days, Perseus lived under a cloud of danger. Acrisius, unwilling to kill his daughter and grandson outright, perhaps out of fear of divine retribution, placed them in a wooden chest and cast them adrift at sea. They washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where they were taken in by a kindly fisherman named Dictys. The boy grew into manhood there, protected by his mother and guided by fortune. But fortune in Greek myth has a way of calling in its debts. The king of Seriphos, Polydectes, eventually developed an unseemly desire for Danae. Perseus, being the dutiful son, opposed the match, which annoyed Polydectes considerably. Seeking to rid himself of this troublesome young man, the king announced a banquet at which every guest must bring a horse as a gift. Perseus, who had no horse, boasted rashly that he could bring something better, the head of Medusa. It was the sort of bold statement that sounds impressive at the time, but tends to cause regret in the morning. Polydectes, seizing the opportunity, sent Perseus on his way. Now, this was not a suicide mission precisely, though it would have been for anyone else. The gods had their eye on Perseus. Athena, who seemed to have complicated feelings about Medusa, half disgust, half fascination, favoured the young man. Hermes, ever the trickster, lent his help as well. Between them, Perseus was outfitted like a hero from a divine catalogue. From Athena, he received a polished bronze shield, bright enough to serve as a mirror. From Hermes, he gained a sharp, curved sword. The nymphs of the north, meanwhile, offered him a magic bag, the kibisis, to safely contain Medusa's head. And finally, the god Hades provided the Helm of Darkness, a cap that rendered the wearer invisible. One might say Perseus was not so much heroic as generously accessorized. Even with such equipment, Perseus still faced the daunting task of finding Medusa, who lived at the edge of the world. To accomplish this, he first sought out the Grey, 3 ancient sisters who shared between them a single eye and a single tooth. One imagines family meals being rather awkward, with each sister constantly waiting her turn. Perseus, showing the kind of practical ruthlessness heroes often displayed, stole their eye and refused to return it until they told him where to find the Gorgons. With their reluctant guidance, he set off, armed, equipped, and now properly informed. As Perseus approached Medusa's dwelling, one imagines the silence of the place broken only by the hissing of serpents and the unsettling stillness of stone statues. These petrified figures were once men, hunters, adventurers, perhaps the occasional hapless wanderer, frozen mid-motion, arms raised, mouths open, forever caught in that instant of terror. To walk among them must have been eerie indeed, like entering a gallery where every sculpture screamed of its final moments. It was a fitting guard for Medusa, who lingered inside, perhaps weary, perhaps resigned, perhaps simply unaware that her fate was about to change. The shield was Perseus's salvation. He dared not look directly at her, for to do so was to risk instant transformation into stone. Instead, he used the reflection in Athena's polished bronze to guide his movements. One might picture him creeping slowly, carefully, a warrior advancing not by sight but by shimmer. And there, at last, he saw her. Not in beauty as she once was, but in terror as she had become. Her hair writhed with serpents, her face was both human and inhuman, her presence dreadful enough to chill even a demigod's heart. As she slept, Perseus struck. With a single stroke of Hermes' sword, he severed her head. The myths are strangely quiet about whether she cried out, whether she stirred at the last moment, whether her serpents hissed in alarm. What they do tell us is that from her blood sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior born fully armed. These children, fathered by Poseidon, emerged at the moment of her death. A peculiar birth, grotesque yet strangely beautiful. To kill Medusa was not simply to end her life, it was to unleash new beings into the world. Perseus quickly tucked the head into the kibbasis, knowing that even in death, her gaze retained its petrifying power. This detail is worth dwelling upon. Most monsters, once slain, lose their potency. But Medusa's head was so powerful that it remained dangerous even after separation from her body. It was a grim testament to the magnitude of Athena's curse. At this point, Perseus had accomplished his task, but the story does not end so neatly. Heroes rarely complete their quests without complications. Medusa's immortal sisters, Stheno and Euryale, awoke and howled in grief. They pursued Perseus furiously, but with the helm of darkness, he vanished from their sight. One imagines their anguish echoing across the barren landscape, their cries both rage and mourning. For though they were monsters, they were also sisters, and the loss of Medusa struck them deeply. In their lament, we hear perhaps the only voices in myth that truly grieve for her. And so Perseus departed, carrying in his bag the head of a woman, once priestess, once victim, now reduced to a trophy. It is easy, from the modern perspective, to feel uneasy about this. Was Perseus a hero, or merely the instrument of further injustice? The ancients of course celebrated him as both cunning and brave. To slay a monster without even looking at her was no small feat. Yet if we pause and consider Medusa's story, hers was a life twisted by others, by Poseidon, by Athena, and now by Perseus. She was, in a sense, a pawn in the great game of gods and heroes. But the Greeks did not see her so simply. They saw in her death the release of Pegasus, a symbol of inspiration who would later serve heroes and even inspire poets. They saw in her head a weapon of divine justice, a tool Athena herself would adopt. To them, Medusa was not merely tragic, she was transformative. Her end gave rise to new beginnings. Her curse became a source of power for others. One might smile if grimly at the irony. Medusa, exiled and despised, was suddenly more useful in death than she had ever been in life. Athena, who once cursed her, would now proudly display her image. Heroes, kings, and emperors would wield her likeness for centuries. The woman punished for desecration became, in the end, a universal emblem of protection. It is, as ever, the cruel poetry of myth. And so, with her head in a bag and her body left behind, the chapter of Medusa's exile closes. But her influence was far from finished. For Perseus would return with his prize, and the world, gods and men alike, would learn just how potent the severed head of a Gorgon could be. Perseus did not simply take Medusa's head, present it to Polydectes, and call it a day. Oh no, that would have been far too simple, and the Greeks, as ever, preferred their heroes' journeys long and circuitous. The slaying of Medusa, dramatic though it was, marked only the midpoint of Perseus's adventures. With the head secured in the kibbasis, Perseus now carried a weapon both dreadful and marvellous, a gaze that could petrify even after death. One can imagine the mixed feelings he must have had. Pride, yes, but also a certain nervousness. Carrying a severed head in a bag is disquieting enough. Carrying one that might turn you and your friends into stone if you peek at the wrong moment, even more so. His flight from the lair of the Gorgons was aided, as we have said, by the helm of darkness. With it, Perseus vanished from sight, slipping past Stheno and Euryale as they raged. Their cries echoing across the barren landscape must have pursued him in his dreams long after. It is tempting to feel for them, immortals, condemned to watch their sister fall while unable to follow her into death. The Greeks loved a tragic symmetry, and the grief of Medusa's sisters was one such echo. From here, Perseus's journey became a catalogue of episodes, each showcasing the power of Medusa's head. One of the most famous occurred when he flew, yes, flew, over distant lands. Accounts differ whether he rode Pegasus, newly born from Medusa's blood, or whether Hermes' winged sandals bore him instead. Either way, the image of a young hero soaring across the world, carrying a deadly head in his satchel, is among the most enduring in mythology. The Greeks did enjoy their aerial heroes. It gave them a sense that their myths could quite literally rise above the ordinary. It was during this homeward journey that Perseus encountered Andromeda. Her story, like so many in Greek myth, begins with hubris. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her daughter's beauty surpassed even that of the Nereids, sea nymphs beloved of Poseidon. The god of the sea, never one to overlook a slight, sent a sea monster to ravage the coast. To appease him, Andromeda was chained to a rock as a sacrifice. Perseus, swooping in like a demigod from the heavens, found her there. It is difficult not to imagine the scene as painted later by Renaissance artists. The maiden bound, the waves crashing, the hero descending with sword and bag. Perseus slew the monster, some say with Medusa's head, others with his blade, and freed Andromeda, later taking her as his wife. A convenient romance, one might note, but then myths rarely concern themselves with courtship details. In this moment, though, Medusa's presence lingered. Her head, though silent, was the secret ally. Whether directly employed against the beast, or simply looming as a possibility, it gave Perseus a power no other man could wield. Medusa, even in death, continued to shape events. Her tragedy turned into a hero's triumph. After Andromeda's rescue, Perseus faced further trials. He attended a feast held by Andromeda's family, during which rivals contested his right to marry her. Outnumbered, Perseus resorted to his grisly weapon. Drawing forth the head, he turned his enemies into stone on the spot. One can picture the hall mid-revelry, cups lifted, arguments shouted, and then suddenly silence, every face frozen in horror, immortalized in marble-like stillness. It was the sort of efficient conflict resolution rarely recommended in polite society. In these stories, the head becomes less a trophy and more a tool, an all-purpose device for removing obstacles. Monster-threatening maiden. Head. Overcrowded banquet with quarrelsome in-laws. Head. Later, when Perseus finally returned to Seriphos, he confronted King Polydectes, the man who had tricked him into this deadly quest. Polydectes, unsurprisingly, was less than pleased to see the young hero back alive, let alone carrying the most dangerous object in the world. Perseus, wasting little time, revealed Medusa's face. The king and his courtiers stiffened into stone where they stood, leaving Dictys, the kindly fisherman, to assume the throne. It is hard not to admire the neatness of this resolution. One flash of horror, and a tyrant removed. In this way, Perseus used Medusa's head again and again, as if it were a sort of divine shortcut. And here we might pause to consider the symbolism. For the Greeks, monsters often embodied chaos, danger, the untamed forces of nature. Heroes who defeated them symbolized civilization's triumph, order imposed upon disorder. But Medusa was unique. She did not simply vanish with her slayer. Her power lived on, transferred to those who possessed her head. The chaos she represented could never be entirely eliminated. Instead, it was harnessed, domesticated, placed at the service of others. Athena herself would later adopt the Gorgonean as her emblem, sewing it into her aegis as a protective emblem. In this, Medusa became not only a monster slain, but a perpetual guardian. The ancients seemed oddly comfortable with this contradiction. To them, Medusa was both terrifying and protective. Her visage warded off evil, even as it embodied terror itself. In temples across Greece, her image stared down at visitors, tongue lolling, fangs bared, snakes writhing. Children must have peered up at those grimacing faces, half frightened, half reassured. That duality, fear as protection, remains one of the most fascinating elements of her story. Meanwhile, Perseus's life, bolstered by the possession of such a weapon, became a cascade of victories. He secured Andromeda, toppled Polydectes, restored honour to his mother, and eventually returned the divine gifts he had borrowed. The head, however, he presented to Athena. Here, the cycle closed in a bitter irony. The goddess who had cursed Medusa now claimed her head as a trophy. With it affixed to her aegis, Athena marched into battle, her enemies quailing at the sight. One might almost hear Medusa sigh, if heads could sigh, at the final indignity of serving forever as a symbol for the deity who had punished her so cruelly. And yet, there is another way to read it. Athena, in keeping the head, immortalized Medusa. Far from being forgotten, she became a permanent emblem of divine power. Her likeness spread across the Mediterranean, etched into coins, carved into stone, painted on pottery. The outcast priestess, condemned to solitude, became the most recognizable face of apotropaic magic. What greater irony could myth provide? One might chuckle, though softly, at the practicality of it all. The gods were not sentimental. They did not wring their hands over fairness or justice. Instead, they repurposed what was useful. Medusa had once been a problem, now she was an asset. Athena did not waste assets. She transformed her victim into her emblem, her disgrace into her shield. In a sense, Athena completed what she began. She turned Medusa into something untouchable, something that would forever guard, even if unwillingly. And thus Perseus, though remembered for his heroism, became little more than the courier of Medusa's power. His role was important, yes, but temporary. Medusa, for all her tragedy, endured in the cultural imagination far longer than her slayer. When we speak of Perseus, we recall his killing of Medusa. When we speak of Medusa, we do not primarily recall her death, but her power, her image, her gaze. Even in defeat, she eclipsed her conqueror. And so chapter 7 closes with this uneasy truth, that Medusa's story did not end with the swing of a sword. It continued in every shield, every temple, every coin that bore her face. Her head, severed though it was, lived on longer than any mortal life, and her story, tragic though it remained, became one of the most enduring in all of Greek mythology. The tale now drifts to one of the most famous and oft retold episodes in all of Greek mythology, the moment when Perseus confronted the dread Medusa. One must picture it not as a hurried, frantic duel, as later painters like to imagine, with dramatic brushstrokes and tumbling drapery, but as a careful, divinely orchestrated encounter, every step guided by the whims of the gods. Ancient storytelling rarely left such matters to chance. If a mortal was to face down a monster capable of turning him into an attractive garden ornament with a single glance, then divine equipment was really the least the gods could provide. Perseus, we recall, had already been plucked from obscurity by Zeus and Danae's unusual family situation, and had grown into a young man who seemed destined for something greater than a fisherman's life on Seriphos. Polydectes, the island's king with more ambition than common sense, challenged Perseus to fetch the head of Medusa. This was not so much a polite request as a death sentence dressed in mythic form. Yet, as in all Greek tales, the impossible errand was precisely the one that heroes were sent upon. Now, before Perseus could even think about approaching Medusa, he required tools, and here the gods demonstrated a certain generosity. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, lent him winged sandals, though one wonders whether they came with any sort of warranty. Athena, ever the strategist, provided him with a polished shield, not merely shiny but reflective to the point of acting as a divine mirror. Hades' helm of darkness, a kind of invisibility cap that would have made any modern spy envious, was also added to the ensemble. Finally, Perseus was given a keen, curved blade, sometimes said to be adamantine, harder than any earthly metal. The equipment list, one must admit, reads like the inventory of a particularly well-stocked video game character. Equipped thus, Perseus set out. But locating Medusa was no simple task, for she did not live conveniently near any well-marked road. No, her lair was said to be at the very edges of the known world, in a landscape of perpetual twilight. Some ancient geographers placed her home in Libya, others on the shores of the Great Ocean, while later Roman authors preferred more fanciful locations. The vagueness itself was rather useful, for monsters, as we have seen, are always tucked away where ordinary folk cannot stumble upon them while out gathering firewood. To find the Gorgons, Perseus first had to visit the Graeae, those strange sisters who shared one eye and one tooth among the three of them. One imagines family dinners being somewhat complicated affairs. With characteristic trickery, Perseus seized their eye and refused to return it until they revealed the way to Medusa's dwelling. It is perhaps one of the earliest recorded examples of effective hostage negotiation, albeit with ophthalmological overtones. Once he had the directions, he politely gave back the eye, which, one presumes, was not terribly hygienic after being passed around like a pebble. Thus guided, Perseus made his way to the lair where the Gorgons dwelt. Here it is worth pausing to consider what the Greeks thought about such monstrous abodes. They were not neat caverns or tidy grottos, but eerie landscapes where petrified men and beasts stood frozen, silent reminders of Medusa's gaze. To walk among them would have been like strolling through a macabre sculpture garden, every figure a warning. Later, poets emphasized this uncanny stillness, the hush of a place where life had literally been stopped mid-motion. At last, Perseus approached, but remember, to look directly upon Medusa was instant doom. This is where Athena's polished shield became the true hero of the tale. Perseus, keeping his eyes fixed on the reflection rather than the actual figure, crept forward. The strategy may seem obvious in hindsight, yet in the context of myth it carried deeper meaning. Wisdom and caution triumphing over rash bravery. One cannot help but think that many a young Greek listening to the tale was being taught, quite gently, that cunning and prudence were just as valuable as muscle. As Perseus drew near, Medusa herself was asleep. Here the myth becomes strangely tender. The monstrous figure, who had once been a beautiful maiden, lay in slumber. One wonders whether the storytellers inserted this detail to soften the horror, or to underline the tragic vulnerability of even the most feared creature. There is little evidence she had done anything recently to warrant execution. Her mere existence was enough to justify the heroic deed. Greek myths, it seems, were not always fair in their distribution of justice. With steady hand, guided by Athena herself, Perseus struck. His curved blade sliced cleanly, and in that instant, the legend tells us, Medusa's head was severed from her body. Yet her story didn't end there, for from the blood of her neck sprang two remarkable offspring, the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysa, often depicted with a golden sword. This curious birth puzzled ancient commentators. How could such noble beings emerge from a monster's death? Some saw it as symbolic, a reminder that even from violence and tragedy, beauty and power might arise. Others simply accepted it as one of those mythic quirks. Greeks, after all, were accustomed to gods springing from the severed remains of other gods. The scene of Medusa's beheading became one of the most frequently illustrated episodes in Greek art. Vase painters delighted in showing Perseus with his shield angled, sword poised, while the Gorgon's serpentine locks writhed. Interestingly, early depictions of Medusa were grotesque, with tusks and bulging eyes, but by the classical period artists increasingly portrayed her with a sorrowful, almost beautiful face. Perhaps, over time, sympathy for the cursed maiden crept into the collective imagination. Having secured the grisly trophy, Perseus wasted no time in making his escape, for Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, were very much awake and furious. Donning the cap of invisibility, Perseus vanished from their sight, while his winged sandals whisked him away. It is a neat conclusion, though one cannot help but feel for the immortal sisters doomed to grieve eternally, unable to avenge their sibling's death. The Greeks were often comfortable with leaving loose threads dangling in their myths, preferring poetic injustice to tidy resolution. Now, what of Medusa's head itself? Here the myth grows stranger still. Severed though it was, the head retained its petrifying power. Perseus carried it with him, using it as both shield and weapon. This, too, had symbolic depth. The very thing that had made Medusa feared became a tool of triumph once harnessed by a hero. In the ancient world, such logic resonated. Danger, when mastered, becomes strength. Let us not forget, however, that behind the heroic triumph lay a woman's tragedy. Modern interpreters, particularly in the last century, have re-examined Medusa's tale, reading in it themes of violation, victimhood, and the silencing of women's voices. To the ancients, she was a monster slain by a champion. To us, she may also be a symbol of injustice. The duality makes the myth all the more enduring, for it speaks differently to each generation. Even in antiquity, the tale of Perseus and Medusa held powerful resonance. Temples bore images of the Gorgoneon, the Gorgon's head, as a protective emblem warding off evil. Soldiers carried shields emblazoned with her face, not unlike how Perseus had borne the real thing. In this way, the monster slain at the edge of the world lived on, not as a forgotten corpse, but as an enduring presence across Greek society. One imagines the ancient listener, perhaps reclining on a couch at a symposium, hearing this tale with a mixture of awe and reassurance. Monsters might lurk in the shadows of the world, but with divine aid and a steady heart, they could be defeated. It was a comforting thought, especially in a culture where storms could sink ships, plagues could devastate cities, and war was never far away. The myth promised that even the most terrible adversary could be overcome. And so, the beheading of Medusa stands as a turning point. It is not merely the end of her life, but the beginning of her afterlife as a symbol, an artifact, and a source of power. Perseus would go on to many further adventures, but none would resonate so deeply as this moment of poised blade and mirrored shield. The monster's death was the hero's making, and yet the monster herself, paradoxically, would never die in memory. As we drift gently onward through the story, we can almost see the flicker of torchlight on the cavern walls, hear the faint hiss of serpents silenced, and feel the hush of that twilight land where statues stood unmoving. It is a quiet moment in myth, paradoxical in its violence, yet curiously still, like a breath held before the world exhaled again. And perhaps, just perhaps, in the long arc of history, Medusa's gaze still lingers, not to terrify, but to remind us of the uneasy boundary between beauty and terror, justice and cruelty, mortality and myth. The tale of Medusa might have ended with the swish of Perseus's blade and the sudden silence of her serpents, but myths, like rivers, seldom stop so abruptly. They twist and meander, finding new channels, and Medusa's story continues not in her life, but in the strange afterlife of her severed head. Few objects in the ancient imagination carried such paradoxical significance. Here was a trophy both terrifying and protective, a grotesque relic that offered salvation while radiating dread. Perseus may have escaped from the Gorgon's lair, but he did not leave the power of Medusa behind. He carried it with him, dangling, one imagines, in a sack that must have been rather awkward at social gatherings. The earliest use Perseus found for the head was not decorative, nor was it practical in the sense of hanging it over the fireplace. Instead, it became a weapon more potent than any sword. The very gaze that had brought terror to wandering adventurers was now under his control. There is a curious irony in this. Medusa had never asked to possess such power, and it had made her an exile. Yet once placed in the hands of a hero, it became celebrated. One might call this a double standard, though the ancient Greeks, in their wisdom or their blindness, seldom noticed. One of the first victims of this grisly weapon was none other than the Titan Atlas. As Perseus journeyed westward, he encountered the giant who held the heavens upon his shoulders, a tiring occupation by any measure. Atlas, however, was not in the mood for visitors. When Perseus asked for hospitality, Atlas refused, perhaps fearing some prophecy that a son of Zeus would bring about his downfall. Rather than arguing the matter, or writing a polite complaint to Mount Olympus, Perseus simply unveiled the Gorgon's head. Atlas was turned instantly into a mountain range, his massive frame frozen into stone. Ancient storytellers delighted in explaining geological features in this manner, and the Atlas Mountains of North Africa became a lasting reminder of the Titan's inhospitable manners. One suspects the local shepherds were not consulted about having a giant plonked onto their landscape. Next, the head found use in an altogether different setting, an encounter with a sea monster. On his travels, Perseus came upon the Princess Andromeda, chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a creature sent by Poseidon. The poor girl's plight was the result of her mother Cassiopeia's vanity, a reminder that in Greek myth, one's relatives could be as dangerous as any monster. Perseus, ever the gallant hero, intervened. Accounts differ. Some say he used the sword, others claim it was the Gorgon's head that did the trick. But in every version, the monster was slain, Andromeda was freed, and a marriage was conveniently arranged. One can only imagine how the in-laws must have reacted when Perseus introduced himself as the young man carrying around a petrifying head in a bag. But Perseus's travels were not over. With Medusa's head in tow, he eventually returned to Seriphos, where King Polydectes had been plotting all along. The king's unwelcome attentions towards Danae, Perseus's mother, had been the true reason for the perilous quest. When Perseus strode into the court and revealed his prize, Polydectes and his supporters were turned to stone on the spot. One can picture the awkward silence as courtiers froze mid-sentence, mid-toast, perhaps even mid-yawn. The threat to his family was ended, though the decor of the palace was now considerably heavier and less conversational. Having concluded these dramatic episodes, Perseus had little further need for the head, and here the myth brings us back to Athena. It was she, after all, who had guided Perseus and supplied the crucial mirrored shield. In gratitude, or perhaps simply to avoid further accidents at family gatherings, Perseus presented the head to the goddess. Athena, in her practical way, affixed it to her aegis. Whether a shield or a breastplate, sources vary. There it remained, a terrifying emblem, flashing forth in battle to scatter enemies. One must admire Athena's resourcefulness. Where others saw a dangerous relic, she saw a long-term military asset. The presence of the Gorgon's head on Athena's aegis had broader cultural significance. It was not merely a mythic detail, but a motif echoed across Greek art and architecture. The Gorgoneion, a stylized depiction of Medusa's face, began to appear on temple pediments, pottery, coins, and even doorways. To the Greeks, it served as an apotropaic symbol, a charm to ward off evil. The idea was straightforward. What could be more effective at scaring away harm than a face so dreadful it could turn men to stone? In this sense, Medusa's image, though born of tragedy, became one of protection. This transformation from horror to safeguard is one of the more curious aspects of Greek religion. The ancients were not squeamish about blending fear and reverence. A terrifying symbol could be comforting, so long as it pointed outward, keeping evil at bay. The Gorgoneion was carved above city gates, hung upon shields, and painted on household objects. Even coins bore her likeness, meaning that everyday commerce carried a faint whiff of the monstrous. One wonders what a modern cashier might think if every banknote featured a grimacing, snake-haired visage. It is worth pausing to consider the artistry of these images. The earliest representations of Medusa were deliberately grotesque, with bulging eyes, tusks, and lolling tongue. She was the epitome of the monstrous feminine, designed to repel. Yet as centuries passed, depictions softened. By the classical period, she was often shown with a more human, almost mournful face, framed by serpentine locks. This evolution may reflect a changing cultural attitude, a growing sympathy for the cursed maiden beneath the monster. By the Roman era, Medusa was frequently portrayed as a tragic beauty, her terror and allure intertwined. The monster had become a muse. Meanwhile, in the mythic imagination, Perseus continued his career, but Medusa's head remained in Athena's possession. The goddess's association with the Gorgoneion was enduring. Statues of Athena Parthenos in the great temple of the Acropolis bore it proudly upon the aegis, a symbol of divine wisdom combined with unyielding power. When Athenians marched into battle, they did so under the protection of that petrifying stare. In this way, Medusa, unwilling participant though she was, became a guardian of the very city that had once cursed her. History, or myth at least, has a sense of irony. For the Greeks, Medusa's afterlife was not confined to Athena's shield. Her presence lingered in cult practice and in the imaginative geography of the world. Writers described springs that gushed from the earth where her blood had fallen. One such spring, Hippocrene, was said to have been created when Pegasus struck the ground with his hoof. Poets drank from its waters, gaining inspiration. Thus, from Medusa's death arose not only monsters and weapons, but also fountains of creativity. Even the Muses, those gentle inspirers of song and story, owed a debt to the severed head. It is almost as though the Greeks were saying, from horror comes art, from silence comes poetry. Medusa's story also seeped into funerary contexts. Her face appeared on sarcophagi, perhaps to guard the dead from evil on their journey to the underworld. The idea that she might protect rather than merely petrify was deeply ingrained. Indeed, one could argue that the Gorgon became less a figure of mythic terror and more a household deity of sorts, woven into the fabric of daily life. And yet, beneath all these uses and reinterpretations, the tragedy of Medusa lingered. Ancient authors did not dwell upon her sorrow, but later generations did. The Romans, particularly Ovid in his Metamorphoses, gave her a voice of sorts, telling how she had once been a beautiful maiden wronged by Poseidon and punished by Athena. This version emphasized her victimhood, her transformation not as a crime, but as a cruel fate. From then on, the sympathetic Medusa began to haunt literature and art, offering not just fear but pity. Thus, Chapter 9, in the long tale of Medusa, reveals a paradox. In death, she was more influential than she had ever been in life. Her head toppled kings, tamed monsters, adorned gods, protected cities, inspired poets, and guarded the dead. She became at once a weapon, a charm, a muse, and a symbol. For a figure once cursed into isolation, it was an astonishing afterlife. And it speaks to the peculiar genius of Greek mythology that even in the cruelest stories, transformation is never final. Death itself becomes a doorway to new meanings. As the ancient listener dozed by the fire, lulled by these tales, they might have felt a curious comfort. If even a monster like Medusa could be turned into a source of protection and art, then perhaps the terrors of the world, storms, wars, plagues, might also yield something of value. Myth was not merely entertainment, it was philosophy in disguise. And in that philosophy, Medusa endured, her stony gaze softening across the centuries, her serpents hissing not in anger, but in eternal vigilance, watching over those who dared to remember her. The story of Medusa does not end with Perseus, nor even with Athena, nor with the countless statues and shields that bore her likeness. In truth, the story of Medusa never really ends at all. Like the serpents that writhed in her hair, her tail coils and uncoils across the centuries, twisting itself into new shapes for each generation that gazes upon it. What began as a grim, cautionary myth in the oral traditions of the Greeks became over time an enduring symbol, sometimes of terror, sometimes of beauty, and sometimes, curiously enough, of protection and even empowerment. When we look to the Romans, we find Medusa already transformed from a monster lurking in some obscure cavern to an established motif of imperial power. Roman villas, with their mosaics of heroic deeds and sea nymphs, often included a stern-faced Medusa, glaring from a central panel. One can only imagine the effect on a dinner guest when they glanced down at the tiled floor and found themselves gazing into her petrifying eyes whilst balancing a plate of olives. Coins of emperors like Caligula and Claudius bore her image as well. Proof that the Gorgonion had crossed from a potropaic charm into official state iconography. If a monster once punished by the gods could end up decorating the pocket change of Rome, then one sees just how flexible myths could be. The Romans, of course, had a talent for adopting Greek myths wholesale, seasoning them lightly with their own sensibilities. For them, Medusa was not only a story of heroism and horror, but also a handy visual shorthand for warding off the evil eye, that ancient Mediterranean fear of destructive envy. Amulets with her face were worn, placed in tombs, or built into household shrines. Thus, long after her death at Perseus' hands, Medusa continued to haunt daily life, not as a source of dread, but as a kind of celestial security guard. A monster turned mascot. Yet, myths are rarely static. As centuries rolled by and the old temples fell to ruin, Medusa's tale was taken up by new voices. In the Renaissance, artists rediscovered her with a fervour bordering on obsession. Leonardo da Vinci sketched grotesque Medusan heads with writhing snakes more lively than eels at a fish market. Caravaggio, in his characteristically dramatic style, painted her head upon a round shield, blood fresh and spurting, eyes wide in frozen horror. The shield, now in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, still startles viewers who wander too close. There is something uncomfortably intimate about the work, as though Caravaggio invites us to share Perseus's very moment of triumph, or perhaps his shock. During this period, the duality of Medusa's image deepened. She was at once terrifying and alluring, monstrous and strangely beautiful. Painters often softened her features, turning her into a tragic heroine rather than a grotesque fiend. It was as though the Renaissance, so enamoured of classical ideals of beauty, could not quite bear to let even its monsters remain ugly. A paradox emerged. The more one tried to paint Medusa as monstrous, the more she slipped back into her former role as a woman wronged, her beauty twisted into terror by divine punishment. By the Enlightenment and Romantic periods, Medusa had become a figure of fascination for poets and philosophers. Percy Bysshe Shelley, in his poem On the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci, saw in her a strange combination of horror and pathos, beauty entwined with fear. Philosophers too dabbled in Medusa's gaze. Freud, ever ready with a new interpretation, regarded the petrifying stare as symbolic of castration anxiety, a theory which perhaps tells us more about Freud than it does about Medusa. The point, however, is clear. Her myth was no longer simply a bedtime tale of monsters and heroes. It had become a mirror in which later ages saw their own anxieties and desires reflected. In the modern era, Medusa's transformation has been even more dramatic. She has become, in many circles, a symbol of feminine rage and resilience. 20th century feminist writers re-examined her story, noting how she was punished not for her sins, but for being victimized. Poseidon's assault and Athena's curse painted her less as a villain than as a scapegoat. Her petrifying gaze, rather than a monstrous weapon, could be seen as a metaphor for power reclaimed. A woman's ability to strike back against those who wronged her. The monster became an icon. Indeed, in 2018, a bronze statue was unveiled in New York, depicting Medusa holding Perseus's severed head, a reversal of the classical tale that left little doubt about whose side the artist was on. Medusa has also slithered into popular culture with surprising enthusiasm. From high fantasy novels to Hollywood blockbusters, she remains a staple monster, sometimes villain, sometimes anti-hero. In video games, she lurks as a boss battle, often hurling snakes or firing stone-inducing gazes at the hapless player. Fashion houses, too, have adopted her image. Versace's famous logo is none other than the head of Medusa, here reimagined as a glamorous emblem of allure and danger. One doubts that the ancient Greeks could have foreseen their snake-haired maiden gracing luxury handbags and perfume bottles. But myths, like snakes, shed their skins and emerge anew. And yet, for all these reinterpretations, certain elements endure. The serpents, the stare, the tragic backstory. These remain constant, anchoring her image even as meanings shift. She is still recognizable across millennia, whether glaring from a shield in an ancient battle, or from the glossy label of a modern boutique. In this lies her true immortality. Medusa was the only mortal of the Gorgons, destined to die, and yet, paradoxically, she has lived longer in human imagination than many gods and heroes combined. The endurance of her myth says something important about storytelling itself. The Greeks, with their talent for weaving the human and the divine into timeless narratives, created figures who outgrew their own contexts. Medusa was once a frightening tale to keep children from wandering too far into the night. Later she became a cautionary example of hubris and divine wrath. Later still she was reclaimed as a victim, a protector, an emblem of beauty and terror entwined. Each age has looked upon her face and seen something of its own soul staring back. In the end, perhaps that is the true power of Medusa's gaze. It does not merely petrify, it reflects. When the Greeks looked, they saw a monster to be slain. The Romans saw a charm against envy. Renaissance painters saw tragic beauty. Modern feminists see a symbol of empowerment. We, today, might see all of these things at once, our own thoughts mirrored in the timeless glass of myth. As the story drifts to a close, one can imagine Medusa herself, no longer writhing in isolation, no longer frozen in the instant of death, but reclining quietly at the edges of history, her snake settled at last. She has been many things: maiden, monster, mother of Perseus, emblem of Athena, muse of poets, logo of fashion houses. She has terrified, she has inspired, she has protected. Her gaze has endured when so many other myths have faded. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. The monster slain in one moment of heroic glory has proved more immortal than the hero who killed her. And so, with the gentlest of ironies and the softest of smiles, we take leave of Medusa. The Greeks called her a monster. Later ages called her tragic. Some now call her a symbol of strength. Whatever name we choose, she remains unforgettable. Her story, winding across the centuries, whispers to us still, beware beauty, beware power, beware injustice, but also perhaps embrace transformation. For even in the darkest of myths, there is a strange, enduring light. Settle yourself now. Let your thoughts quieten like a tide going out to sea. Tonight, we turn to the beginning of a story that is as old as the rocks, the waves, and the thunder beneath our feet. The story of Poseidon, the god of the sea. But as with all gods in Greek myth, his beginning was not in calm waters, but in storms of family betrayal, cosmic power struggles, and just a touch of parental neglect. Poseidon was one of 6 children born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. The Titans, in the Greek imagination, were colossal beings, embodiments of primal forces. Cronus, his father, was the youngest of the 12 Titans, and he was not precisely what you would call a trusting sort. Having overthrown his own father, Uranus, Cronus received a prophecy of his own, that one of his children would one day overthrow him. In fairness, when your family tree is essentially one long chain of betrayals and coups, paranoia is rather understandable. So Cronus did what many ancient tyrants did when faced with the prospect of rebellion. He eliminated the competition. Unfortunately for his children, this meant swallowing them whole. Not symbolically, not exiling them or keeping them locked up in some tower. He literally swallowed them, one by one, as they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon all found themselves swallowed alive. It was less a family home, more a sort of divine stomach prison. The Greeks loved these images of reversal and disorder. The womb replaced by a stomach, creation replaced with consumption. To them, it was more than cruelty. It was a reminder that order and chaos were always fighting for control of the world. Not every child met the same fate, however. When the youngest Zeus was born, Rhea had had quite enough of her husband's eating habits. She spirited Zeus away to a cave in Crete, and, in his place, offered Cronus a swaddled stone. Cronus, not being the brightest star in the heavens, swallowed the rock without suspicion. One imagines this made for a rather crunchy meal. Zeus grew to manhood in hiding, and when the time came, he returned to challenge his father. With the help of his grandmother Gaia, and a potion supplied by the goddess Metis, Cronus was forced to disgorge his swallowed children. Out spilled Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, alive and understandably quite cross about the whole business. From this peculiar beginning, the three brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, became the great powers of the cosmos. But before that division came the Titanomachy, the great war between the younger Olympian gods and the older Titans. Poseidon fought alongside his brothers in that cosmic conflict, armed with the trident crafted for him by the Cyclopes. Now, you might imagine a trident as a simple three-pronged spear, useful for spearing fish. In mythology, however, it was something else entirely. A divine weapon capable of shaking the earth and stirring the seas into fury. To the Greeks, who lived in a land regularly shaken by earthquakes, and dependent upon seas that could turn treacherous without warning, this made perfect sense. What better weapon for the god of the sea than one that could command the chaos of nature itself? When the war was won, the three brothers cast lots to decide their domains. Zeus received the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, fittingly, the sea. Some versions of the myth note that Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this division. After all, the skies seemed brighter and more glorious, while the sea was unpredictable, stormy, and dark. But to the Greeks, who depended upon the sea for trade, travel, and sustenance, Poseidon's domain was nothing less than vital. Without the sea, there was no Greece. It is important to pause here, because Poseidon's character makes much more sense when we understand the Greek relationship with the sea. Ancient Greece was not a single unified land, but a collection of rocky peninsulas and islands scattered across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and difficult. Travel by water, though dangerous, was essential. Every fisherman setting out in a fragile wooden boat, every merchant braving foreign shores, every army crossing to raid or conquer, all looked to Poseidon. But the sea was not simply a road. It was also a destroyer. A sudden storm could smash ships against the rocks. A calm wind could trap you in place until your supplies ran out. To the Greeks, the sea was alive, moody, and deeply unpredictable. And so they made sacrifices to Poseidon, hoping to soothe his temper. He was not only god of the sea, but also the earth shaker. This is another reflection of Greek life. The Aegean region lies in one of the most earthquake-prone zones of the world. Ancient temples, houses and cities often collapsed under sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking geological science, attributed these quakes to Poseidon's trident striking the earth in anger. Thus, he was a god of double force, the swelling sea and the trembling land. Poseidon himself is an interesting character in the myths, powerful, temperamental, and proud. Unlike his brother Zeus, who was forever chasing after mortal women, or Hades, who stayed brooding in his underworld, Poseidon is portrayed as unpredictable, easily offended, and quick to vengeance. This suited his natural domain. Sailors never quite knew whether the sea would favour them or destroy them. Poseidon was the embodiment of that uncertainty. Yet the Greeks also saw him as a god of fertility and creation. His link with horses, an odd pairing you might think, until you realise that horses were the most powerful and prestigious animals the Greeks knew, gave him a creative side. The myth runs that Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and brought forth the first horse. He was both destroyer and giver of life, much like the waves that could drown you one day and carry your ship safely the next. In later myths, Poseidon takes Amphitrite, a sea goddess, as his wife. She was not especially eager at first. In fact, she fled his advances. But eventually they were reconciled, and together they ruled the ocean's depths. Their children included Triton, the merman with a conch shell, and a host of other beings who populated the sea in Greek imagination. But that is to skip ahead. In this first stage of Poseidon's story, what we see most clearly is the pattern of the Greek gods themselves. Born into violence, shaped by rebellion, and placed into roles that reflected the natural world around their worshippers, one cannot help but imagine, perhaps with a wry smile, what it must have been like inside Cronus' stomach during those years. Did Poseidon, Hades, and the others chat quietly while waiting to be freed? Did they wonder what had gone wrong in their family? It is a dark image, but the Greeks themselves often told it with a certain dry absurdity. After all, these were not tales meant to be clinical history. They were stories told aloud by firelight or at feasts to explain the world and to entertain. And in that sense, Cronus' poor digestion provided a very memorable beginning to the story of the sea god. If we step back from the myth and look at it historically, there is something recognisably human in these stories. In many ancient cultures, younger generations overthrowing older rulers was a repeating theme. The Greek myths gave cosmic form to this pattern. Just as kings and city-states rose and fell in human life, so too did gods replace their fathers and take their place. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades, therefore, were not just divine characters, but reflections of the constant cycle of power in the human world. And so, in this first chapter, we find Poseidon emerging from darkness, born of betrayal, freed from his father's belly, armed with a trident that could command the world's most fearsome forces, and given dominion over the restless seas. His story, like the waves, would rise and fall with tempests, rivalries, and uneasy peace. But before we drift further into the storm of his myths, the contests, the monsters, and the quarrels, we pause here, letting the sea rest in our imagination. The sound of waves, eternal, rocking us gently toward sleep. Poseidon has been born, and his trident gleams, ready to stir the waters of history. When we last left Poseidon, he had been rather unceremoniously swallowed by his father, spent some uncomfortable years in divine indigestion, and finally spilled back out into the world alongside his siblings. Hardly the most dignified beginning, but the Greeks rarely gave their gods smooth starts. Now freed, the children of Cronus faced a world still ruled by the Titans, the older generation of gods who had shaped the cosmos since the dawn of time. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles in mythology, the Titanomachy, the war between the old order and the new. It is difficult to imagine what such a war looked like, and perhaps that is the point. The poets and storytellers never described it with the neat ranks of mortal armies or the simple clash of spears. They spoke instead of elemental violence, mountains hurled like pebbles, thunder cracking the sky, rivers boiling, and the very earth shaking under divine feet. Poseidon, trident in hand, stood beside his brothers Zeus and Hades in this struggle, the three united against their father and his generation. It was no family quarrel. It was a cosmic reshaping, the passing of power from one age to another. The Cyclopes, grateful to be freed from their imprisonment in Tartarus, forged weapons for the brothers. Zeus received the thunderbolt, that great flash of divine authority which would forever be his symbol. Hades was given a helm of invisibility, allowing him to move unseen even among gods. And Poseidon, of course, received the trident. It was more than a spear. In the hands of a god, it was a device that could split rock, stir oceans, and send shock waves through the crust of the earth. To later Greeks, accustomed to tremors shaking their homes and seas rising in sudden tempests, the symbolism was painfully clear. The very disasters they feared were nothing less than Poseidon's weapon at work. The war raged for 10 years. For a decade, the cosmos was unbalanced, caught in a struggle between the Titans and the Olympians. Ancient poets told of the Titans hurling mountains across the sky, and of the Olympians fighting back with storm and flame. Poseidon's role is less frequently detailed than Zeus's, but we can imagine him casting his trident into the churning seas, raising monstrous waves to crash against Titan strongholds. And though the stories are myth, they speak to the way the Greeks viewed natural catastrophe. An earthquake that split the ground, a tidal wave sweeping away a coast, a thunderstorm roaring overhead. All of these were remembered as echoes of that first great war. Eventually the younger gods triumphed. Cronus and the Titans were cast down, bound, and hurled into Tartarus, that deepest abyss of the underworld. The world was theirs, but having won it, they faced the difficult question of what to do with it. Who would rule? How would power be divided? It is a question that has plagued victorious allies throughout history. One thinks of the division of empires after great wars, or the uneasy treaties between once allied states. The Greeks projected the same dilemma onto their gods. The Olympians could not all reign together in harmony. Such is not the way of myths. There had to be roles, territories, boundaries. And so the three brothers drew lots. To Zeus fell the sky, that vast realm of clouds, thunder, and sunlit heights. To Hades fell the underworld, a shadowy kingdom of the dead. And to Poseidon fell the sea, endless, unpredictable, and profoundly necessary. Some versions of the myth suggest Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this outcome. The sea, after all, was treacherous and unstable, whereas the sky seemed to glitter with brilliance and authority. Hades received a kingdom all his own, where no one could question his sovereignty. Poseidon's realm, meanwhile, was constantly crashing against the shores of his brother's domain, never quite still, never quite certain. Yet it was his lot, and from that moment forward, the sea belonged to him. Here, the myths touch something deeply true about Greek life. Unlike the landlocked peoples of other regions, the Greeks were bound to the sea. Their world was a scattering of rocky peninsulas and islands that stretched like stepping stones across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and awkward, but the sea offered highways, dangerous ones, but highways nonetheless. Every ship setting sail from Corinth or Athens, every fisherman daring the waves at dawn, every trader bound for Egypt or Sicily, knew they were placing themselves in Poseidon's hands. To live as a Greek was to depend upon the sea for life, wealth, and survival, and at the same time to fear its sudden moods. In Poseidon, they saw the embodiment of that paradox. Even earthquakes were tied to his name. The Greeks called him the Earth Shaker. Living as they did in one of the most seismically active regions of the world, they could hardly ignore the tremors that rattled their homes, cracked their temples, and toppled their city walls. Today, we may reach for geology textbooks and tectonic plates. They reached for myth. The ground quaked because Poseidon, restless, struck the earth with his trident. It was an explanation as terrifying as it was satisfying, not a meaningless accident, but the work of a god, angry or impatient. Poseidon's trident itself became one of the most famous symbols in mythology. It was often imagined stirring the seas into storm or splitting the ground with a single strike. Later art, from pottery to sculpture, never failed to depict him holding it proudly. It was, in a sense, his identity, as Zeus had his thunderbolt and Hades his dark helm. To the Greeks, gods were not abstractions. They were beings with visible, recognizable traits, and Poseidon without his trident would have seemed incomplete. Yet there is also a more curious side to Poseidon's new role. He was not merely a god of destruction. The myths often describe him as a giver as well. He was linked to horses, for reasons that might strike us as odd at first. But to the Greeks, who valued horses as symbols of power, prestige, and speed, the connection made sense. One myth tells that Poseidon, striking the earth with his trident, brought forth the first horse. Others describe him as a tamer of steeds, their divine patron. Perhaps there was some practical association too. The rolling waves compared to galloping horses, the sea imagined as a herd of creatures charging endlessly against the shore. What is clear is that Poseidon's realm was vast and complex. It was not simply the sea as water, but all that the sea represented: travel, danger, trade, fertility, destruction, and creation. His temperament matched it. Unlike Zeus, who clung to order, or Hades, who ruled in silence, Poseidon was moody. Sailors never knew whether he would favour them or wreck them. He was both protector and punisher, saviour and destroyer. In him, the Greeks saw the contradictions of their own world reflected back. The division of the cosmos into three realms also speaks to a larger Greek worldview. They believed in balance: sky, sea, and underworld, each ruled by a brother, none able to dominate entirely. It was a fragile balance, to be sure, but it was balance nonetheless. And within that framework, Poseidon was essential. Without him, the sea would have no master, no explanation. His domain might not have seemed as glorious as the sky, or as sovereign as the underworld, but it was unavoidable. The Greeks could not ignore the sea, and therefore they could not ignore Poseidon. One imagines, perhaps with a small smile, the moment of drawing lots. Did Zeus cough politely and suggest he had shuffled fairly? Did Hades sigh and accept his gloomy fate without complaint? Did Poseidon raise an eyebrow at the endless saltwater domain now laid upon him? Myths do not answer these questions, but they leave room for us to wonder. And the humour of divine family politics is never far from the surface. The gods, after all, were mirrors of human society. Brothers argued, power was divided uneasily, and luck played its role. With the Titanomachy concluded and the cosmos divided, Poseidon settled into his role. He would build a palace of coral and gold beneath the waves, populate his realm with sea creatures both wondrous and terrifying, and begin the long history of quarrels, rivalries, and adventures that would define his myth. But even here at the beginning, we already sense his nature. He is restless, powerful, and unpredictable. The sea made flesh, with all its beauty and danger. The Greeks, telling these stories by lamplight or in crowded marketplaces, must have looked to the horizon and felt the truth of them. The sea was never far away, and it was never tame. To explain its moods, to imagine a god wielding a trident and shaking the earth, was not only poetry, it was survival. And so Poseidon, once a child swallowed in fear, emerged from war as a king, his throne set not in the sky nor in the earth below, but in the shifting, rolling, eternal waters of the world. When the cosmos had been divided and the lots drawn, Poseidon was given dominion over the sea. It was not the tidy realm that Zeus claimed in the heavens, nor the enclosed kingdom that Hades received beneath the earth. The sea was endless, shifting, and unpredictable. To rule it was to hold power over something that could never truly be mastered. It was a gift of majesty and a burden of restlessness. And perhaps this is why Poseidon came to be remembered as a god with moods as changeable as the waters he commanded. The poets imagined that he established his home in a palace beneath the waves, a hall of coral and gleaming stone with silver rooftops and gates of pearl. Dolphins played in its courtyards. Hippocamps, half horse, half fish, drew his chariot across the waters, and his son Triton blew a conch shell to calm or stir the tides. If Zeus's throne on Mount Olympus was a beacon of lofty authority, Poseidon's palace was a majesty hidden in the depths, mysterious and unreachable, like the sea itself. Of course, no mortal ever saw such a place. The Greeks described it as a way of explaining the unknown. What lay beneath the waves, in the vast dark that swallowed ships and treasures, had to be filled with something. And what better than the hall of a god, gleaming just out of reach? For sailors staring at the horizon, the thought of Poseidon watching was both reassuring and a little unnerving. His most famous emblem, the trident, was everywhere. To a fisherman it was a tool, but in Poseidon's hands it was no ordinary spear. With it he could raise storms, split rocks, or shake the earth until cities fell. Earthquakes, so common in Greece, were seen as his strikes against the ground. Storms that dashed ships against rocks were his anger, and a calm sea his fleeting generosity. Just as Zeus was never depicted without his thunderbolt, Poseidon was never imagined without his trident. It was the very essence of his power, as much a part of him as the waves themselves. But the sea was more than a destroyer. It was also bountiful. It gave fish to coastal villages, it linked distant lands, and it carried ships laden with goods. Wine, olive oil, pottery, and grain crossed the Aegean to enrich city-states. Homer himself called it the wine-dark sea, glowing with strange colours under the sun. The Greeks both feared and loved it, just as they feared and honoured Poseidon. This duality shaped Greek identity. Unlike the Egyptians, bound together by the Nile, or the Mesopotamians, whose rivers ran steady through their plains, the Greeks had no single river to unite them. Instead, they were tied together by the sea. Islands and peninsulas were like stepping stones, and every road eventually led to water. The sea was at once the lifeline and the danger. To worship Poseidon was not optional. It was a necessity of survival. His symbols went beyond the trident. Horses, for instance, were tied to his name. In some stories he created the first horse by striking the earth with his trident. In others, he tamed them and was their divine protector. At first, horses and sea gods seem an odd pairing, but the Greeks often spoke of waves as if they were creatures, white-maned and galloping endlessly against the shore. Horses also represented wealth and prestige, and dedicating them to Poseidon was a mark of respect. In fact, one of the stranger offerings made to him was the drowning of horses in the sea. Grim, but thought appropriate for a god who ruled both land and water. Dolphins, on the other hand, softened his image. Sailors saw them leaping beside their ships and took them as signs of Poseidon's favour. While Zeus had his eagle and Athena her owl, Poseidon had dolphins, playful and loyal companions of the deep. In artwork, they swim beside his chariot or carry nereids across the waves. They were proof that Poseidon could be kind as well as cruel, yet his myths often emphasized destruction. In one tale, he and Apollo built the walls of Troy for King Laomedon, only to be cheated of payment. Poseidon responded by sending a sea monster against the city. The story is more than a warning about broken contracts. It reflects the Greek truth that no city wall, no matter how strong, was beyond the reach of the sea. Flood, quake, and storm could undo stone more quickly than any army. The title Earthshaker shows just how broad his reach was. Greece lies on restless fault lines, and temples and towns alike were levelled by sudden tremors. The Greeks had no science of tectonics. They had Poseidon. His trident striking the ground explained what they could not otherwise understand. Sacrifices to him were made not just by sailors, but by kings and farmers, hoping to calm the tremors beneath their feet. Still, he was not always wrathful. Poseidon also granted calm passages, guided ships to safety, and blessed cities with wealth. His temples stood proudly across Greece, none more striking than the one at Cape Sunion. Even today, its white columns rise over the sea, visible for miles to sailors approaching Athens. Imagine an ancient crew spotting those columns at dawn, weary, hungry, and suddenly reminded that the god of the sea had not forgotten them. The humour of his character lies in his moods. Sailors might offer sacrifices, pour out wine, and beg for favour, but ultimately it depended on whether Poseidon was in the mood to be generous. Did he wake gently, stirring only a mild breeze? Or did some slight, perhaps a forgotten offering, or simply poor timing, provoke him to whip up a storm? His nature was as uncertain as the waters he ruled. In myth, Poseidon rode in a chariot drawn by seahorses, the waters parting before him. Wherever he passed, the waves fell silent, awed by his presence. It is a stirring image, the god not struggling against the sea but gliding above it in full command. For mortals, always vulnerable to sudden winds and treacherous currents, the idea of such mastery was deeply compelling. Yet the myths remind us that only Poseidon held that power. Mortals might survive by luck or prayer, but they could never control the waves. His realm was therefore a paradox. His palace glittered beneath the waves, yet his trident could topple cities. His dolphins were playful, yet his earthquakes deadly. He could bless with calm or destroy with flood. In him, the Greeks saw the sea made flesh, dangerous, beautiful, and utterly beyond control. For the Greeks, every sound of waves against the rocks, every tremor of the earth, every sudden storm was a reminder of Poseidon's presence. To live with the sea at your doorstep was to live with the awareness of him. His power was not distant or abstract. It was immediate and unavoidable. And so, whether they prayed at his temples, carved tridents on their ships, or simply looked out to the horizon with respect, the Greeks never forgot the god of the sea, and as the waves rolled on, endlessly upon the shore, they believed they were hearing his voice, sometimes gentle, sometimes furious, but always alive. It meant that the world itself was breathing, and that a god moved restlessly within it. If Poseidon was lord of the sea, he was also master of quarrels. Few gods in Greek mythology were so quick to anger, or so reluctant to let a grudge fade. He carried himself with pride, and where pride led, arguments often followed. Among his many rivalries, and there were many, none is more famous or more revealing of the Greek imagination than his contest with Athena for the patronage of a city that would one day be called Athens. The setting of the story was the rocky land of Attica, a region without a god to call its protector. Its people, so the myth tells us, wished for a divine patron who would safeguard them, enrich them, and bless their city with prosperity. Two gods stepped forward, each eager to claim the prize. Poseidon, lord of the sea, with his trident and his rolling waves, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, skill, and strategy. Both were powerful, both ambitious, and both unwilling to yield. The quarrel had to be resolved through a contest, and the prize was nothing less than the heart of a people. Poseidon struck first, as suited his nature. He strode to the rocky Acropolis, and with a mighty blow of his trident, split the stone. From the cleft gushed forth a spring of water, bubbling up in dazzling display. The crowd of mortals gasped. Surely this was a gift beyond imagining, a source of life sprung from bare rock. But when they tasted it, their awe turned to confusion. The water was salty, briny as the sea itself. Dramatic, yes, spectacular certainly, but not especially useful for drinking or farming. In a land where every drop of fresh water mattered, Poseidon's gift was impressive to look at and disappointing to use. It was, in short, a very Poseidon gesture, magnificent but impractical. Then it was Athena's turn. She stepped forward, calm and deliberate, and planted a seed in the ground. From it grew a tree, the first olive. Its leaves shimmered silver green in the sunlight, and its fruit promised food, oil, and wood. Modest compared to a gushing spring, yet infinitely more valuable. Olives could feed a household, oil could burn in lamps to light the night, and the wood could be shaped into tools and vessels. More than that, olive oil could be traded across seas, bringing wealth and influence to a people who possessed it. Athena's gift was quiet, humble, and practical, a gift for the long term, not the moment. The people judged Athena's offering superior. The city was named Athens in her honour, not Poseidonia. The goddess of wisdom became its patron, and the olive tree its symbol. Poseidon, however, was not a god to accept defeat gracefully. In some versions, enraged by his loss, he flooded the Attic plain in vengeance, sending waves across the land to remind mortals of the power they had slighted. In others, he withdrew in silence, storing the memory of the insult for centuries to come. One imagines him muttering darkly to himself, perhaps wondering why mortals preferred trees to salt water, as though such things were remotely comparable. The story has often been told with a touch of humour, and perhaps that is part of its appeal. Poseidon's gift was showy but impractical, while Athena's was simple and essential. The myth reflects a choice of values. Athens prided itself on wisdom, foresight, and strategy, qualities Athena embodied. Poseidon's salty spring symbolised brute force, tempestuous power, and sudden spectacle. The Athenians admired these qualities in sailors and warriors, but they did not wish them to define their city's soul. Yet the contest also reveals a deeper truth. Athens may have chosen Athena, but it could not ignore Poseidon. The city depended on both gods in different ways. Athena's olive trees covered the land of Attica, providing sustenance and trade. Amphorae of oil, stamped with Athenian symbols, travelled across the Mediterranean. Olive oil was poured out in sacrifices, rubbed onto the bodies of athletes, and stored in jars as wealth itself. Without Athena's tree, Athens would not have thrived. But Athens also lived by the sea. The port of Piraeus bustled with ships bringing grain from Egypt, timber from Macedonia, and goods from far-off lands. In the classical age, the Athenian navy ruled the Aegean. Swift triremes, rowed by citizens in tight ranks, carried the city's influence across the waters. Themistocles, one of Athens' shrewdest leaders, once argued that the salvation of the city lay not in its walls but in its fleet. And he was right. It was the ships that turned Athens into a naval empire, the sea that gave it power to face Persia, and Poseidon's realm that bore those ships forward. In that sense, the myth of the contest is less about victory and defeat, and more about balance. Athena gave Athens its mind, its strategy, its symbol of peace and prosperity. Poseidon gave it its reach, its ships, its power over the Aegean. The Athenians may have laughed at the saltwater spring and praised the olive, but they never neglected sacrifices to the sea god. His temples stood proudly at Sunion and other headlands, his name invoked whenever a voyage began. The city honoured Athena above all, but it never forgot that Poseidon was waiting, restless and moody, just beyond the horizon. The myth also connects directly to the landscape. On the Acropolis itself, visitors could see an ancient olive tree said to be the very one Athena had planted. And nearby was a saltwater pool called the Sea of Erechtheus, believed to be the mark of Poseidon's trident. These physical features were woven into the story. Myth was not distant fantasy, but part of the very ground underfoot. To stand on the Acropolis was to stand at the place where gods had struck the earth. The tree and the spring were proof, living and eternal, that Athens was shaped by both Athena and Poseidon. Historically, the choice of Athena also made sense. Olive trees grew naturally in the stony soil of Attica, thriving where other crops failed. They endured drought, lived for centuries, and became symbols of endurance. The Athenians built their wealth on olive oil, trading it for grain and goods. To them, Athena's gift was not just a myth, but an explanation of their fortune. Poseidon's spring, by contrast, represented the other half of their reality. The sea, endless and salty, dangerous but necessary. The myth encapsulated the dual identity of Athens, land of wisdom and craft, yet always tied to the sea. Poseidon's quarrel with Athena did not end there. The rivalry continued in the myths of kings and heroes. Some versions tell that Erechtheus, an early king of Athens, fought against Poseidon's son Eumolpus, who claimed the land by right. Their battle ended with Erechtheus' death, and the Athenians built him a tomb on the Acropolis itself, near the salt spring of Poseidon. Thus, their rivalry was not only divine, but political, shaping stories of kingship and succession. And Poseidon, being who he was, found rivals elsewhere too. He fought Hera for Argos, Apollo for Delphi, even Zeus for the island of Aegina. He seemed unwilling to stay within his boundaries, forever eager to assert himself. But nowhere was his rivalry so symbolic as in Athens. There, Athena's victory became a story told for generations, a reminder of what the city valued most. Still, one cannot help but smile at the irony. Athens declared itself the city of Athena, yet it built a fleet that depended on Poseidon. It crowned victors with olive wreaths, yet its empire was forged on the sea. In a way, the city lived in constant negotiation between the two gods, just as the myth described. Wisdom and sea power, olive and salt, land and water. Athens was shaped by all of them. The rivalry, then, is not only a story of defeat, but of coexistence. The olive tree grew, the salt spring bubbled, and both were sacred. Athena may have been chosen, but Poseidon left his mark as well. His trident struck the rock, and the scar remained. Athena's tree offered peace, but the restless sea was never far away. The Athenians understood that their city needed both. And so, in this chapter of Poseidon's tale, we see him not only as lord of waves and shaker of the earth, but as a god whose pride could shape the fate of cities. His rivalry with Athena was not forgotten, for it was etched into stone, soil, and story. He may have lost the Acropolis, but he gained something else. A permanent place in the identity of Athens as rival, neighbour, an ever-present reminder of the sea's power. When one imagines Poseidon, it is natural to think of waves crashing against the shore, or of earthquakes shaking the earth. Yet the myths also remember him in quieter moments, not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. Strangely enough, one of his most famous tales is not about storms or shipwrecks, but about walls. City walls, to be exact. It is the story of Troy before the Trojan War, when Poseidon, the Earthshaker himself, put his hand to construction. The tale begins with a slight against the gods, for most of these stories do. King Laomedon ruled Troy in those days, and like many mortal kings, he was proud, ambitious, and not always wise when it came to dealing with immortals. In some accounts, he offended Zeus by boasting of his city's power. In others, he angered Apollo and Poseidon directly. Whatever the cause, the two gods found themselves punished by Zeus, compelled to serve Laomedon in disguise as humble labourers. It was a strange fate for gods, the archer-god Apollo and the mighty sea lord Poseidon working like common masons. But the Greeks delighted in telling such stories, where the high and mighty were brought low, if only for a time. The task set for them was to build the walls of Troy. Day after day they worked, Apollo shaping the stones with divine precision, Poseidon lifting them with the strength of a god. Slowly the walls rose, massive and unyielding, destined to become famous centuries later when Homer sang of their fall. Even as slaves, the gods brought magnificence to the work. The stones fitted so tightly together that no blade of grass could grow between them. Mortals would later say that no human hand could have built such walls, and they were right. But when the work was finished, Laomedon committed a mistake that would echo through history. He refused to pay them. Whether out of arrogance, greed, or sheer foolishness, he denied the agreed reward. To cheat a mortal was one thing, To cheat a god was quite another. Apollo returned to his shrines, harbouring quiet resentment. Poseidon, however, was not a god of quiet moods. His anger was immediate, his vengeance swift. He sent a sea monster against Troy, a beast that rose from the waters to ravage the coast and threaten the city. Panic seized the Trojans. The walls, though mighty, could not protect them from a monster of the deep. Laomedon consulted oracles, as kings often did in desperate times, and was told that the only way to appease the god's wrath was to sacrifice his daughter Hesione. She was bound to the rocks by the shore, a victim meant to satisfy the hunger of the sea beast. It is here that myth, as so often, shifts from tragedy to heroism. For along came Heracles, passing through Troy on his labours. Seeing the girl bound to the rocks, he struck a bargain. If Laomedon would give him horses promised by Zeus, he would slay the monster. The king agreed, though one begins to suspect he was not very reliable with promises. Heracles fought the beast, killed it, and freed Hesione. But when Laomedon again refused to keep his word, Heracles returned later with an army, sacked Troy, and killed the king. Thus Poseidon's quarrel with Laomedon, begun over unpaid wages, set in motion events that would ripple down the centuries, laying the groundwork for the later Trojan War. What do we make of this story? On one level, it is simply another tale of divine anger and human folly. But on another, it reflects the Greek sense of justice. Promises mattered. To cheat the gods was to invite ruin. Laomedon's refusal to honour his bargain with Poseidon and Apollo brought not only a monster, but destruction upon his house. In Greek culture, where oaths were sacred and hospitality a duty, such betrayal was more than impolite. It was a violation of cosmic order. It is also telling that Poseidon is remembered here not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. The same god who could level walls with earthquakes also raised them with his strength. His power was double-edged. He could create magnificence, and he could sweep it away. In this he reflected the sea itself. The waters brought wealth, trade, and life to Greek shores, but they also destroyed, flooding fields and smashing ships. To honour Poseidon was to acknowledge both aspects, the giver and the taker, the builder and the breaker. Historically, the walls of Troy held enormous significance. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city did indeed have formidable defences, rebuilt several times across centuries. To the Greeks, these walls were legendary. To say that Apollo and Poseidon had built them was to explain their grandeur, to place them outside the reach of ordinary human effort. And when the walls eventually fell to the Greeks in the Trojan War, it was not just a military victory, but the shattering of something believed to be divine. There is also a quiet humour in imagining Poseidon, the tempestuous sea god, standing in the dust with a stonemason's hammer, muttering about mortar joints and wall height. The Greeks told these stories with a wink, aware of the incongruity. Their gods were mighty, yes, but they were also strangely human. They quarrelled, they laboured, they were cheated, and they sought revenge. In that humanity lay their appeal. Poseidon may have shaken the earth with his trident, but he also knew the sting of unpaid wages, a grievance any mason might understand. The tale of Laomedon and the walls of Troy also foreshadows Poseidon's later role in the Trojan War itself. Though the great conflict came generations later, Poseidon never forgot the insult. When the Greeks attacked Troy, he lent his strength to the walls once more, but he also aided the Greeks when it suited him, punishing Trojans for their king's past arrogance. The gods, it seems, had long memories. A slight against Poseidon was not easily erased, even if decades had passed. And so, in this chapter of his story, Poseidon reveals himself not just as the roaring sea or the trembling earth, but as a figure tied to human justice, pride, and vengeance. He could raise walls, but he could also send monsters to tear them down. He could be labourer, avenger, and destroyer, all in one. For the Greeks, who built their own walls against enemies and watched earthquakes topple them without warning, this was a truth they knew all too well. The story also captures the way myth and history blur together. Troy was a real place, its ruins still visible in Anatolia. Its walls really did rise high, layer upon layer, rebuilt across ages. The Greeks, seeing them, explained their grandeur with myth. They imagined gods straining at stone, shaping blocks no mortal could lift. And when they told how those same walls fell, they saw in it not only a military tale, but a cosmic lesson. Nothing, however divine, stood forever against time, pride, and fate. Thus, Poseidon's role as wall builder becomes more than a curious aside. It is a reflection of his double nature, his closeness to human struggles, and his importance in the great story of Troy. He was not only the god who wrecked ships and shook mountains, but the god who shaped cities, punished oaths broken, and laid the foundations for wars to come. And so we leave him here, the great builder and breaker, a god who could raise stone higher than men and topple it faster than fire. The walls of Troy stood as a monument to his strength and as a warning of his wrath. For Poseidon was never a god to be ignored, never a power to be cheated. His trident could carve the earth, his monsters could rise from the sea, and his vengeance could echo across generations. Poseidon was not a distant god, content to sit in his coral palace beneath the waves while mortals went about their lives. Like his brother Zeus, he interfered often in the affairs of men, sometimes to bless, sometimes to punish, and often to remind mortals that the gods were never far away. Among all the Olympians, Poseidon was perhaps the most unpredictable in his dealings with heroes. At times he acted as a father, a protector, even a patron. At other times he was merciless, sending storms, monsters, or endless obstacles against those who crossed him. His relationships with heroes, like the sea itself, could be generous one day and destructive the next. Perhaps the most famous of these encounters was with Odysseus, the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was clever, resourceful, and a favourite of Athena, which already placed him at odds with Poseidon, Athena's eternal rival. But it was a single rash act that turned Poseidon into his greatest enemy. On the long voyage home from Troy, Odysseus and his men landed on the island of the Cyclopes, and there they encountered Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant who happened to be Poseidon's son. Polyphemus captured them, intending to eat them one by one, not the most charming of hosts. Odysseus, with his trademark cunning, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened stake and escaped with his men. It was a brilliant escape, but a foolish victory. As Odysseus sailed away, he revealed his name to Polyphemus, boasting of the trick. The wounded giant cried out to his father, Poseidon, begging for vengeance. And Poseidon listened. For the rest of his journey, Odysseus was hounded by storms, shipwrecks, and endless delays. What might have been a voyage of weeks turned into 10 long years. Poseidon barred his way at every turn, smashing his fleet, scattering his men, and leaving Odysseus to wander from island to island. The Odyssey, one of the greatest tales in Greek literature, is in many ways the story of Poseidon's wrath. While Athena guided Odysseus toward home, Poseidon set every obstacle he could in his path. The sea itself became the battlefield between them. Yet Poseidon was not always the enemy of heroes. In Theseus, the legendary king of Athens, he was remembered as a father. Some versions of the myth claim that Aegeus, king of Athens, was Theseus's mortal father. Others, however, say that Poseidon was his true sire. The sea god granted him strength and protection, marking him as a semi-divine hero. When Theseus journeyed to Crete to face the Minotaur, he was said to be watched over by Poseidon's power. In art and story, the connection between Theseus and Poseidon gave the Athenians both pride and legitimacy. Their greatest hero was linked by blood to the god of the sea. In a city defined by its rivalry with Poseidon, this was a curious but useful bond. It allowed Athenians to claim that even if their city had chosen Athena as patron, Poseidon had not abandoned them entirely. He had given them a hero. Poseidon's other children were not always so noble. From his many liaisons, both willing and not, came a host of beings, some heroic, some monstrous. The Cyclopes, like Polyphemus, were counted among his offspring. So too were giants and wild creatures of the sea. Triton, his son with Amphitrite, was more kindly remembered. A merman with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish, who blew a conch shell to calm or stir the waters. But even Triton's powers carried menace. The conch could raise waves as easily as still them. Poseidon's family reflected his nature, half benefactor, half terror. His dealings with heroes often carried lessons. When he aided, it was to show that even the sea could be a source of life and support. When he punished, it was to remind mortals of the cost of arrogance. In Odysseus's case, the message was clear. Cleverness could win battles, but pride and boasting could bring ruin. For the Greeks, who prized cunning and wit, this was a sobering reminder that even intelligence had to be tempered with humility before the gods. The sea itself shaped these stories. Greek sailors knew what it was to be at the mercy of winds and waves. A sudden storm could smash a fleet, as Poseidon smashed Odysseus's ships. A calm sea could deliver them safely to harbour, as Poseidon might grant to his favourites. To attribute these changes to the moods of a god was not just poetic, but practical. It gave shape and meaning to forces otherwise beyond control. When a hero succeeded or failed, it was never simply chance. It was the will of Poseidon. We should also note the political uses of such myths. Cities and families often trace their lineage to gods to claim prestige. To call Theseus the son of Poseidon was to strengthen Athens' claim to greatness. To explain Odysseus' wanderings as the work of Poseidon was to make his story one of cosmic significance, not merely bad luck. The gods, in this sense, legitimized both heroism and suffering. They made human struggles part of a larger divine pattern. Poseidon's wrath was not reserved only for individuals. Entire peoples could feel his anger. In one myth, the people of Corinth neglected his worship, and he sent earthquakes to remind them of his power. In another, he competed with Hera for Argos, or with Apollo for Delphi, seeking to extend his influence. He did not accept boundaries easily, nor did he forgive insults lightly. For mortals, this made him both essential and dangerous. To neglect Poseidon was folly. To honour him was necessary, though never a guarantee of safety. His nature as both father and foe gave him a special place in the Greek imagination. Zeus was often distant, ruling with thunderbolts from on high. Hades remained below, silent and brooding, But Poseidon was near. His realm lapped at every shore, shook every city with tremors, and reminded mortals daily of his presence. He was a god who touched human life constantly, sometimes as protector, sometimes as punisher. And so, in the stories of heroes, we see Poseidon most clearly. He is the father who grants strength, the patron who legitimizes a hero's rule, the avenger who punishes arrogance, the destroyer who bars the way home. He is as changeable as the sea, generous, wrathful, patient, and sudden. In him, the Greeks recognized both the hope and the fear of their world. There is a kind of humour in how often Poseidon's grudges shaped epic tales. One boast from Odysseus, shouted across the waves, became the cause of 10 years' wandering. One unpaid debt from Laomedon brought a sea monster to Troy. The gods, it seems, had egos as fragile as mortals, and Poseidon's especially so. Yet the humour is tinged with truth. For just as a single careless word could offend a god, a single careless act could spell ruin at sea. The parallel was too perfect to ignore. Historically, these stories also remind us how much the Greeks depended on the sea. Their heroes were often seafarers, their wars fought with ships, their trade carried across waves. To make Poseidon central to their tales was to acknowledge that dependence. Even in myths of land-bound heroes like Perseus, the god of the sea appears, as though to insist that no story could escape his influence. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as the god of oceans and earthquakes, but as the shaper of human destiny through his heroes. He was the unseen hand that guided or thwarted them, the father of some, the enemy of others, and the constant reminder that the sea was never to be taken lightly. For the Greeks, who built their lives on fragile boats and sailed across uncertain waters, this truth was as clear as the horizon itself. Poseidon's stories with heroes are not simple tales of victory or defeat. They are warnings and reflections, lessons carried in narrative form. They whisper of pride and punishment, of generosity and vengeance, of a god who gave and took with equal measure. To listen to them is to hear the sea itself, calm one moment, raging the next, but always present, always alive, always waiting. When the Greeks spoke of Poseidon, they did not only think of the sea, they also thought of the earth itself trembling beneath their feet. His title, Enosishthon, the Earth Shaker, was one of his most ancient and most feared names. To live in Greece was to live with earthquakes. Temples collapsed, mountains split, and whole towns vanished under the weight of falling stone. For a people who built their lives among fault lines and shifting ground, it was only natural to believe that such power belonged to a god. And who better than Poseidon, already master of storms and restless seas, to carry the trident that struck the land itself? The connection may at first seem odd. Why would the sea god be linked with earthquakes? Yet in the Greek imagination, it made perfect sense. The same force that churned the waves could shake the land. The sea lay under and around everything, its hidden strength rising up without warning. Earthquakes were sudden, violent, and impossible to resist. Very much like the tempests Poseidon was known to hurl against sailors. He was, in short, the embodiment of natural disaster, whether on water or on land. Stories of Poseidon's power as Earthshaker abound. In the Iliad, Homer describes how Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and the earth shuddered. Mountains shook, rivers trembled, and even Hades himself feared that the world above might crack open and reveal his gloomy realm. That image, of gods so powerful that even other gods quailed, captures something essential about Poseidon. He was not simply one ruler among many. He was a force that made the cosmos itself uneasy. There is a certain dark humour in this title as well. Imagine a Greek farmer carefully building his stone house or wall, only to see it crumble a year later in a quake. What better explanation than that Poseidon had decided to give the earth a bit of a shake? One can almost hear the farmer muttering that the god must have been in a foul mood again, and hoping that a quick sacrifice of a ram or bull might improve his temper. Religion, in this sense, was a way of coping. Earthquakes were terrifying, but if they were the will of a god, then perhaps they could be placated. Some myths made the connection explicit. Poseidon was said to have struck the ground with his trident to create springs or to open passages to the sea. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the sanctuary, Poseidon was believed to have been its original god, ruling over an oracle where earthquakes were thought to reveal the will of the divine. At Troezen, a city in the Peloponnese, the people claimed that Poseidon split the rocks apart with his trident, forming sacred spaces. Everywhere one looked, cracks in the earth or sudden springs were linked to his power. Historically, the fear was well founded. Greece lies at the meeting point of tectonic plates, and earthquakes have shaped its history again and again. Archaeologists find layers of destruction in ancient cities, Mycenae, Tiryns, Knossos, where walls fell suddenly and rebuilding began almost immediately. To the ancients, these were not geological accidents. They were divine reminders. Poseidon, restless in his palace beneath the sea, had struck the ground in anger. And if he had done so once, he might do so again. The dual nature of Poseidon, sea and quake, made him doubly dangerous and doubly essential. Sailors feared his storms, but farmers feared his tremors. City leaders prayed to him not only before launching fleets, but also when they raised temples and walls. Sacrifices to Poseidon might come from those who never set foot on a ship, but who had felt the ground shift beneath them while they slept. He was, in this sense, a god who united land and sea, terror and necessity. There are tales too of Poseidon using earthquakes as weapons. During the Trojan War, when the gods chose sides, Poseidon struck the walls of Troy with his trident, shaking them to their foundations. In another story, he shattered a mountain to punish impious mortals. For him, the quake was not simply a natural occurrence, but an act of will, a sign that divine justice had fallen. Just as Zeus hurled thunderbolts, Poseidon sent earthquakes. One of the more striking connections is between Poseidon and horses. At first, this may seem unrelated to his role as earth shaker, but the Greeks imagined the rumbling of hooves across the earth as similar to the rumbling of tremors. Horses were powerful, dangerous, and hard to control, much like the sea and the ground beneath. To worship Poseidon Hippios, the tamer of horses, was to recognize the same unpredictable strength that shook cities and raised waves. Some scholars think that Poseidon may originally have been a horse god, only later gaining his identity as Lord of the Sea. If so, his connection to earthquakes may stretch even deeper into pre-Greek traditions, when thunder, hooves, and tremors were seen as one and the same. There is another layer here too. The Greeks were keenly aware of the fragility of their buildings. Unlike the great stone monuments of Egypt, Greece's temples and houses were often toppled and rebuilt. Earthquakes forced constant renewal. In that renewal, Poseidon was both feared and respected. He could destroy, but he also cleared the way for rebuilding. In some ways, he was a god of change, reminding mortals that nothing was fixed forever. His tremors forced new beginnings, however unwilling. One can imagine the role this played in their worldview. Just as Poseidon overthrew Laomedon's walls, just as he thwarted Odysseus at sea, so too could he topple the proudest human efforts in a single strike. To the Greeks, who saw cities rise and fall, leaders replaced, and fortunes reversed, the idea that even the earth could not be trusted was entirely believable. Poseidon embodied that uncertainty. He was the god of instability, the reminder that nothing solid was truly safe. And yet, he was still honoured, still prayed to. Bulls were drowned in his honour, horses sacrificed, and temples built on headlands where land met sea. In worshipping Poseidon as Earthshaker, the Greeks admitted their fear, but also sought to live with it. Better to have him as a god who might be placated than to live in a world of meaningless disaster. Better to tell stories of tridents striking the ground than to admit ignorance. There is something almost comforting in that. To imagine earthquakes as the footsteps of a god is to give them personality, reason, even a touch of predictability. Poseidon might be moody, but moods could be managed with offerings and prayers. It was not perfect protection, but it was something. And for a people who lived always under threat of tremors, that something mattered deeply. So, in Poseidon the Earthshaker, we see the Greek attempt to explain the inexplicable, to weave terror into myth, and to give the unstable ground beneath them a divine face. He was the god who shook their walls and their lives, but also the god they turned to for safety. He was the roar of hooves, the crash of waves, and the rumble of mountains all at once. And in his restlessness they saw the truth of their world, that life was fragile, that power was unstable, and that even the ground could betray them. And so Poseidon's story, in this form, becomes more than myth. It becomes a reflection of lived reality. He was not only the god of the sea, but the god of earthquakes, the Earthshaker, whose trident could split rock and bring cities low. To worship him was to acknowledge that the earth itself was never steady, and that only in reverence, perhaps mixed with a nervous smile, could mortals hope to endure his moods. The gods of Greece, as you may have noticed, were not shy about romance, though romance is perhaps too polite a word. They loved often, they loved widely, and they left behind children who ranged from noble heroes to monstrous terrors. Poseidon was no exception. Like the sea itself, his passions were restless, shifting, and unpredictable. Some of his loves brought order and splendour. Others birthed chaos and fear. In his lovers and offspring, we see Poseidon's nature in miniature, generous and fertile one moment, destructive and terrifying the next. Among all his consorts, Amphitrite stands foremost. She was one of the Nereids, the 50 sea nymph daughters of the old sea god Nereus. Amphitrite was graceful, dignified, and at first entirely uninterested in Poseidon's advances. When he sought her hand, she fled across the sea, hiding from his pursuit. It might have ended there, had Poseidon not sent a dolphin to find her. The gentle creature pleaded on his behalf, persuading Amphitrite to relent. She returned with the dolphin, and Poseidon made her his queen. For her loyalty, the dolphin was set among the stars as a constellation, Delphinus, still twinkling in the night sky. Thus Poseidon gained not only a wife, but a symbol of companionship and persuasion. And perhaps a reminder that sometimes charm works better than force, even for gods. Amphitrite bore him children, the most famous being Triton. often depicted as a merman, with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish. Triton carried a conch shell with which he could calm or stir the sea. Sailors believed that when waves rose suddenly or fell still, it was Triton's horn sounding across the deep. In him we see Poseidon's dual nature passed on. A child who could bless sailors with calm, but also terrify them with storms. But Poseidon's offspring were not all so benevolent. From his many affairs came beings of great power, and often great menace. The Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus, was one of his sons. Huge, one-eyed and fond of eating sailors raw, Polyphemus embodied the terrifying, lawless side of the sea, the side that swallowed men without mercy. When Odysseus blinded him and boasted of his escape, it was Polyphemus's cry to his father that set Poseidon's long ruff in motion, cursing Odysseus's voyage. Other children of Poseidon included giants, such as Orion in some traditions, and beings linked to the untamed edges of the world. His lineage stretched across land and sea, filling the Greek imagination with creatures both wondrous and dreadful. Some were kings, founding dynasties that traced their bloodline back to him. Others were monsters, reminders that the sea did not only carry trade and fish, but also mysteries that could devour. The Greeks, in telling these tales, reflected their view of the sea itself. It was fertile, teeming with life, offering food and connection. But it was also full of dangers, storms, and creatures lurking in the deep. To say that Poseidon fathered both heroes and monsters was to admit that the sea could produce both blessing and terror. His family tree was less a lineage than a mirror of the ocean's moods. Among his more unusual children were the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor, born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus cut off her head. How did Poseidon come into this? The myth tells us that he had once lain with Medusa in the temple of Athena, a violation that brought the goddess's wrath. When Perseus struck, Pegasus and Chrysaor sprang from her body, children of Poseidon, though born in violence and shadow. Pegasus would soar into the sky, a symbol of inspiration and poetry. Chrysaor, less famous, embodied strength. Here again we see Poseidon's paradox. From the same union came beauty and terror, flight and brute force. Poseidon's liaisons were not confined to sea nymphs. He sought lovers among mortals too, often with results that shaped dynasties. Many kings claimed descent from him, using his name to bolster their legitimacy. To say, "I am son of Poseidon," was to claim divine sanction, to suggest that one's rule had the strength of the sea behind it. In a culture where lineage meant power, such claims mattered. Poseidon became, in this way, a political tool as well as a god. His affairs provided not just stories, but excuses for rule. Yet his loves could also bring trouble. The tale of Caeneus is one such warning. Born as a woman named Canis, she was ravished by Poseidon. Afterward, he offered her a wish, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps as consolation. She asked to be transformed into a man, so that she might never be violated again. Poseidon granted it, and Caeneus became a mighty warrior, invulnerable to weapons. Yet in battle against the centaurs, he was overwhelmed, crushed beneath a pile of trees and earth. The story is tragic, complex, and revealing. Poseidon's power to grant wishes brought greatness, but it also carried hidden doom. Even his blessings were dangerous. Another of his mortal loves was Tyro, a Thessalian princess. With her, he fathered twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. Peleus would later seize the throne of Iolcus, sending Jason on his quest for the Golden Fleece. Neleus became king of Pylos, remembered in Homer's epics. Thus, Through Tyro, Poseidon shaped the course of Greek myth and epic history. His children were not background figures. They became rulers, heroes, and in some cases the causes of wars. When we trace Poseidon's offspring, we find them everywhere in Greek story. They appear as kings on thrones, as monsters in caves, as companions of heroes, as obstacles to voyages. They embody the endless reach of the sea itself, touching every shore, every kingdom, every life. Some inspired awe, others fear, but all carried with them the stamp of the god of the sea. There is humour too in how the Greeks told these tales. A god as moody as Poseidon was bound to have a complicated household. One imagines Amphitrite's patience being tested by the constant arrival of new sons and daughters, some noble, some half-beast. Family gatherings in Poseidon's palace must have been lively affairs indeed. Triton with his conch, Polyphemus lumbering about with one eye, Pegasus pawing the floor impatiently, and perhaps a dolphin or two darting between them. The Greeks, who loved to tell stories of feasts and arguments, surely smiled at the thought of such a company under one roof. But beneath the humour lay serious meaning. Poseidon's loves and children explain the world. Why did storms rise suddenly? Because Triton blew his horn. Why did some families claim divine favour? Because Poseidon was their ancestor. Why did monsters lurk at the edge of the map? Because they were his offspring, reminders of the sea's mysteries. Myth was not idle invention. It was a way of mapping the human experience onto the natural world. Historically, the cult of Poseidon often included rituals that acknowledged his fertility and his dangerous passions. Horses were drowned in his honour, bulls sacrificed, and temples raised at the water's edge. In his dual nature as lover and destroyer, the Greeks saw the dual nature of life itself. Desire could create children, cities, dynasties, but it could also unleash chaos, violence, and ruin. Poseidon's myths embodied that truth with striking clarity. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as Earthshaker or Lord of the Sea, but as a god whose loves and lineage spread across the Greek imagination. His children were heroes and kings, monsters and marvels. His passions created beauty and terror in equal measure. He was, in this sense, a god who gave the world its variety, its unpredictability, its richness and its danger. Like the sea, he could be gentle, carrying new life, or violent, birthing storms and monsters. To listen to these stories is to hear the sea itself whispering. Its waves bring dolphins and pearls, but also sharks and whirlpools. Its depths conceal treasures and terrors alike. Poseidon's lovers and offspring are the personification of that paradox. They remind us that the sea gives and takes, blesses and curses, loves and destroys. And in that restless tide, the Greeks found the image of a god who was as complex as the waters he ruled. For all his storms, quarrels and grudges, Poseidon was not merely a figure of myth. He was a god worshipped across the Greek world, honoured with temples, sacrifices and festivals. To the Greeks, his power was too immediate to ignore. The sea was always there, lapping at the shorelines of their scattered cities, and the trembling of the earth was never far away. To neglect Poseidon was unthinkable. To honour him was essential, even if his moods could never be fully trusted. His worship stretched from the islands of the Aegean to the great coastal sanctuaries of the mainland. Perhaps most famous was the temple at Cape Sunion, perched high on a headland above the sea. Even today, its white columns stand against the sky, a landmark for sailors approaching Athens. In antiquity, the sight of those columns at dawn must have been profoundly moving. After weeks or months at sea, to see the god's temple watching over the harbour was to feel both awe and relief. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were offered there. Prayers for safe passage whispered into the salt wind. The temple reminded all who saw it that the sea belonged to Poseidon, and that Athens, for all its devotion to Athena, never forgot him. Another major centre of worship was Isthmia, near Corinth. There, at the narrow isthmus that joined the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, a great sanctuary of Poseidon stood. The location was perfect, a place where land and sea met, where travellers crossed from one side of the Greek world to another, and where fleets could gather. The Isthmian Games, second only to the Olympics in fame, were held there in his honour. Athletes competed in running, wrestling, and chariot races, while sacrifices and feasts accompanied the contests. The sea god, associated with both horses and waves, was a fitting patron for such events. Victors were crowned not with olive leaves as at Olympia, but with pine or celery, symbols tied to his cult. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the oracle, Poseidon was said to have ruled there, his power connected to the trembling of the earth. Some traditions held that the first oracle at Delphi was his, a reminder that even prophecy was once linked to the sea and quake. Though Apollo later became the dominant deity of the sanctuary, offerings to Poseidon continued, acknowledging his ancient claim. His worship also stretched beyond Greece itself. In colonies from Sicily to Asia Minor, temples to Poseidon rose near harbours, reminding settlers that no matter how far they travelled, the sea god had followed them. Wherever Greek ships landed, they brought not only pottery and language, but also sacrifices to the god of the sea. The rituals of his cult were as varied as his nature. Bulls, powerful and unruly, were often drowned in the sea as offerings, their strength thought fitting for the god who ruled horses and waves. Horses themselves were also sacrificed, a practice both costly and symbolic, for horses were wealth. To offer one to Poseidon was no small gesture. Sailors poured libations of wine into the waves before a voyage, hoping to calm the waters. Fishermen cast the first catch back into the sea in his honour. To neglect such rituals was to risk angering the god, and few were reckless enough to take that chance. In some places, Poseidon was worshipped in more peaceful aspects. At Mantinea, in Arcadia, inland and far from the sea, he was honoured as Hippias, lord of horses, a reminder that his power stretched across land as well as water. Farmers prayed to him for fertile fields, seeing in his storms not only destruction, but also the rain that nourished crops. His cults reflected his duality, feared for his violence, respected for his generosity, and never entirely predictable. The Greeks often held festivals in his honour, marked by processions, races, and feasts. At Corinth, the Isthmian Games drew crowds from across the Greek world. At Sunion, festivals combined religious sacrifice with political display, as leaders showcased their fleets beneath the god's gaze. In smaller towns, fishermen might gather on beaches to pour wine into the waves, singing hymns to the Earthshaker before setting out. Worship of Poseidon was not confined to grand temples. It was woven into daily life, wherever the sea touched human lives. One of the most striking things about Poseidon's cult is how it balanced fear and gratitude. Worshippers did not approach him with the same affection they showed to gods like Dionysus or Aphrodite. Poseidon inspired awe, not intimacy. His festivals carried solemnity, his sacrifices a sense of urgency. To pray to Poseidon was to plead for mercy or to give thanks for survival. He was not a god of comfort, but of necessity. And yet, in that necessity lay devotion. Historically, this makes sense. The Greeks depended utterly on the sea. It brought trade, wealth, and connection, but it also destroyed ships, carried invaders, and swallowed men whole. Earthquakes toppled temples and houses, yet also reminded people that the earth was alive. Poseidon embodied both sides. His cults reflected the truth that survival in Greece required respecting the unpredictable. There is a quiet humour in some of the rituals too. Sailors, notoriously superstitious, would often refuse to set out if the omens from Poseidon's shrines were unfavourable. One imagines captains delaying voyages, muttering about sacrifices not yet made, while merchants grew impatient on the docks. Better to lose a day than a ship, they said, and Poseidon's cult gave them a reason, or perhaps an excuse. In that sense, religion and practicality went hand in hand. Poseidon was also remembered in art. Pottery painted with ships often included dolphins or tridents, silent nods to his power. Sculptures showed him as a bearded figure, muscular, with flowing hair and the inevitable trident. On coins, his image was struck beside symbols of cities dependent on the sea. To carry a coin with Poseidon's likeness was to acknowledge his reach in daily life. He was not only a figure of myth, but a presence in commerce, politics, and identity. Even Rome, when it adopted Greek gods under new names, could not ignore him. They called him Neptune, and though the name changed, the essence remained. The sea still belonged to him, as did earthquakes and horses. Roman sailors, like Greek ones, poured wine into the waters before they set out. Roman poets still spoke of him raising storms against heroes. The legacy of his worship carried forward long after Greek city-states themselves had fallen. What strikes us most in these cults is the sense of balance. Poseidon was not adored in the way some gods were adored. He was not a gentle patron of hearth and home. He was a power to be reckoned with, a force to be honoured. His temples stood not in fertile valleys, but on headlands facing the sea, as if to meet his gaze directly. His festivals were less about joy than about respect, less about celebration than about survival. And yet, through that respect, the Greeks wove him into their identity. They knew that to live in their land was to live with the sea and with earthquakes. They made peace with that knowledge through worship. Poseidon's cult was their way of saying, "We see you, we fear you, and we honour you. Please, in return, spare us." It was a relationship of negotiation, uneasy but enduring. So when we think of Poseidon, we must think not only of the myths, but of the offerings left on beaches, the bulls drowned in the surf, the temples gleaming on cliffs. His presence was carved into stone, stamped onto coins, and whispered into the waves. He was more than story. He was daily reality, shaping how people sailed, built, and prayed. And perhaps that is why his worship has left such enduring traces. To walk the ruins of his temples today, with the sea stretching before you, is to feel something of the awe the Greeks felt. The waves still crash, the earth still trembles, and Poseidon, though silent now, still seems present. His cult was never about comfort. It was about truth. The truth that nature is vast, that we are small, and that respect is the only answer to forces beyond our control. By the end of our journey through Poseidon's story, we begin to see how much more he was than simply a character in old tales. Poseidon was not just the god of waves and tempests. He was the embodiment of forces that shaped the very existence of the Greeks. The unpredictable sea, the trembling of the earth, the sudden crash of hooves, the thunder of storms. To speak of Poseidon was to speak of power itself, power that gave life and power that took it away. His legacy is not confined to myth. It lingers in the ways Greeks lived, the ways they prayed, the ways they explained the world around them. From the earliest poetry, he is present. In Homer's Iliad, Poseidon rises from the sea to stride across the battlefield, lending strength to the Greeks against the Trojans. In the Odyssey, he is the great obstacle, punishing Odysseus with endless wanderings for daring to harm his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. In Hesiod's Theogony, he is one of the three great brothers, carving the cosmos into sky, sea, and underworld. In tragedy and comedy alike, his name is invoked as the shaper of storms, the breaker of walls, the restless god never quite at peace. No other god, save Zeus, appears in quite so many roles across the literature of Greece. But it was not only in stories that his presence was felt. The Greeks built his sanctuaries where land and sea met, as if to stand directly in his gaze. The temple at Cape Sunion, its columns still gleaming today, was a beacon for sailors. Imagine the relief of a crew, weeks at sea, seeing the white marble rising above the cliffs, a sign that they were home, that Poseidon had granted them passage. There, bulls were sacrificed, wine poured, prayers whispered into the wind. His worship was as practical as it was reverent. Give to the god, and perhaps he will spare you. At Isthmia, near Corinth, the Greeks held the Isthmian Games in his honour. Athletes ran, wrestled, and raced chariots, while musicians and poets competed as well. Victors were crowned not with olives, as at Olympia, but with pine wreaths or even wild celery. The symbolism was odd to us, but to the Greeks it mattered. Each plant had its sacred ties, each festival its own ritual meaning. For Poseidon, pine and celery were fitting, hardy, growing close to the sea, tied to endurance. The games reminded all present that he was more than storms. He was strength, power, and competition itself. Even inland, far from the sea, Poseidon was remembered. In Arcadia, he was worshipped as Poseidon Hippios, lord of horses. Farmers prayed to him for fertility of their herds. Warriors asked his blessing before riding into battle. The horse, after all, was wealth. To honour Poseidon in this form was to admit his rule stretched even to the heart of the land. He was not confined to salt water. His reach galloped across the fields as surely as it surged across the waves. There is a curious humanity in this. The Greeks feared him, but they also sought to domesticate him, to turn the wild god of earthquakes and storms into a patron of agriculture and sport. Yet he always resisted complete taming. His myths remind us that he was moody, proud, and vengeful. One missed offering, one broken promise, could bring disaster. Cities knew better than to forget him, even if they gave their first devotion to Athena or Apollo. He was the god whose temper had to be managed. His legacy also shaped politics. Many royal families traced their lineage back to him. Kings of Pylos, Corinth, and Atlantis, yes, even Plato's fictional Atlantis, claimed descent from the sea god. To say one's ancestor was Poseidon was to claim divine legitimacy, to place one's throne on foundations as vast as the ocean. Such claims were not idle boasts. They carried weight in a culture where ancestry was power. Poseidon's name gave strength to dynasties, just as his storms gave strength to fleets. Even his myths of grudges carried lessons. The story of Odysseus warned Greeks of the dangers of arrogance. Boast too loudly, and the sea itself will turn against you. The story of Laomedon warned against breaking promises. Cheat the gods, and they will remember, even across generations. The contest with Athena taught that wisdom and foresight outlast spectacle and force. Though Poseidon's salt spring continued to bubble on the Acropolis, a reminder that he had left his mark even in defeat. These were not simply tales for amusement. They were frameworks of morality, teaching that pride, deceit, and disrespect had consequences. And still, despite his anger, Poseidon was necessary. Sailors poured wine into the sea before they set out. Fishermen cast their first catch back into the waves as an offering. Entire bulls were driven into the surf and drowned, their strength thought a fitting sacrifice for the god who ruled horses and tides alike. These rituals were not done lightly. They were desperate negotiations with a god who might decide, on a whim, to smash a fleet or bless a harvest. Religion, in his case, was less about love than survival. When Rome absorbed the Greek gods, Poseidon became Neptune. His temples rose across Italy, his festivals woven into the Roman calendar. Roman poets praised him in epics, just as Greek poets had done. The trident remained his symbol, the dolphins and horses his companions. Neptune carried on Poseidon's essence, though with a Latin name. The empire that ruled the Mediterranean seas could hardly ignore the god who had symbolized them for centuries. Art kept his image alive long after his temples crumbled. In Renaissance paintings, Poseidon appears as a grand, bearded figure, commanding the sea with regal authority. In sculpture, he is carved striding forward, trident in hand, waves swirling at his feet. In literature, he is invoked whenever the sea must be personified. Even in modern stories, novels, films, and popular culture, Poseidon's trident flashes again, a symbol instantly recognized. His legacy has leapt across millennia, as restless as the waves themselves. There is a subtle humour in this endurance. The god who was never chosen as patron of Athens, who lost contests, who quarrelled endlessly, who sulked when insulted. This same god remains etched into human memory more deeply than many who are more loved. Perhaps because we cannot ignore what he represents. Zeus may thunder in the sky, Athena may whisper wisdom, but the sea is always with us. Ships still sail, storms still rise, earthquakes still shudder. Poseidon is still there, though we no longer pour wine into the surf. His legacy, too, is in the reminder of humility. The Greeks lived close to nature's edge, their cities vulnerable to flood, quake, and storm. By making Poseidon a god, they acknowledged their vulnerability. They admitted they were not in control. We, centuries later, with our machines and forecasts, still feel the same when disasters strike. The ground trembles, the sea surges, and suddenly our confidence falters. We may not call it Poseidon anymore, but the feeling is the same. And so, in the end, Poseidon's story becomes more than myth. It becomes a mirror. He is the storm that terrifies and the calm that saves. He is the father of heroes and the sire of monsters. He is the trident that splits the earth and the dolphin that leaps joyfully beside a ship. He is both blessing and curse, creation and destruction. The Greeks saw in him the paradox of existence itself, that life is fragile, that power is unstable, that awe is necessary. Imagine then, standing on a Greek shore 2,500 years ago. The sun is setting, the sea turning gold. Fishermen pull their boats onto the sand, murmuring prayers. From the headland, a temple gleams in the fading light. A bull, offered to Poseidon, is led to the surf. The waves hiss against the rocks, the earth beneath your feet still bearing scars of quakes. In that moment, you understand why Poseidon mattered. He was not only a god, he was life itself, uncertain, dangerous and magnificent. And as we drift now to the close of his story, we hear what the Greeks heard. The endless wash of waves upon the shore, the low rumble of the ground beneath, the whisper of the sea god's voice. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Lord of the Deep, still speaks across time. His trident gleams in imagination. His palace shimmers beneath the waters. His presence lingers in every storm. He is restless, eternal, and unavoidable. He is the sea. Settle in now. Let the day dissolve into dusk. The flickering shadows on your walls are just that. Shadows. And that low rumble in the distance. Merely the wind. Not the stirring of something ancient. Certainly not the writhing tail of a creature vast enough to block out the stars. But if you were an ancient Greek, oh, you'd be less certain. Because in their world, beneath the orderly surface of Olympus and polished marble columns, there was always something seething. Something beneath. Something monstrous. And at the very bottom of that bestiary, lounging like a volcano on its day off, was Typhon. Typhon, or Typhoeus, if you prefer his more dramatic stage name, was no minor menace. He was the apocalypse with scales. The end of everything wrapped in a storm cloud. The Greeks had an unusual habit of imagining their gods and monsters as part of a large, complicated family. One where every holiday gathering would require a sacrificial goat and several emergency escape routes. Typhon, appropriately enough, was born late into the cosmic family drama. His mother was Gaia, the earth itself, who, by the time of his birth, had already grown rather irritated with how Zeus and the Olympians had overthrown her children, the Titans. Gaia was a great mother, yes, but also a terrible mother-in-law. In her fury she mated with Tartarus, the endless chasm beneath the world. Not exactly a romantic partner, but then, love stories in Greek mythology do often begin in a pit. The result of this liaison was Typhon, a creature so vast, so unspeakably terrifying, that even the Olympians reportedly fled at the sight of him. Now, to describe Typhon properly, one must abandon the usual measurements of biology. The poet Hesiod, a reliable source if ever there was one for intergenerational trauma in divine households, tells us that Typhon was so tall that his head brushed the stars. His arms stretched east and west, and his eyes glowed with fire. From the waist down, things got particularly festive. A mass of writhing, venomous serpents in place of legs, hissing and snapping like a particularly hostile maypole. But wait, there's more. Each of his many mouths spoke in different voices. Sometimes human, sometimes bull, sometimes lion. And at times, the cacophony of it all would erupt into the sound of thunder, the roar of a volcano, or the shriek of a gale-force wind. In short, he was the entire weather forecast in one very bad mood. Now, Zeus, ever the confident patriarch, had already dealt with the Titans. He'd cast Cronus and his kind into Tartarus, and established a shiny new world order atop Mount Olympus, complete with thunderbolts, cloud palaces, and ambrosia brunches. Then Typhon rose. One can imagine the Olympians, halfway through a celebratory feast, looking up to see a sky-darkening silhouette approaching, and realizing that perhaps they'd celebrated a bit prematurely. In most accounts, all the Olympians save Zeus fled in terror, transforming themselves into animals and galloping off into Egypt, where their disguises would later spark local myths. This, dear listener, is why you'll sometimes find Greek gods suspiciously resembling Egyptian ones. A kind of divine witness protection program, really. Zeus, to his credit, did not flee, at least not immediately. He met Typhon in battle. Lightning clashed against storm. The skies tore open, mountains shook. Poets, one imagines, reached for their scrolls. But here's the twist. Typhon won the first round. Yes, the king of the gods himself was overwhelmed. Typhon tore the sinews from Zeus's hands and feet, quite literally de-limbing the ruler of Olympus, and imprisoned him in a cave. There, Zeus was guarded by the she-dragon Delphine, who no doubt thought this arrangement perfectly fair. It was only with the help of Hermes and Pan, yes, Pan, the musical goat man, who apparently moonlighted as a rescue operative, that Zeus was freed. And once he had his tendons back, thank you Hermes, he regrouped. The final confrontation occurred on Mount Etna, in Sicily, where Zeus unleashed the full fury of his thunderbolts. Typhon fell at last, buried beneath the mountain, where his writhing fury still causes eruptions and earthquakes to this day. So if you ever visit Sicily and the ground trembles underfoot, don't worry, it's just Typhon rolling over in his sleep. All this fire and fury wasn't just a bit of mythological spectacle. The Greeks weren't merely spinning tales to keep children from misbehaving at bedtime, though one imagines it was extremely effective. Typhon served a deeper purpose. He represented chaos, raw, unrelenting, natural chaos. The Greeks were intimately familiar with earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, and all the unsettling little reminders that nature doesn't particularly care about dinner plans. Where modern minds might think of tectonic plates or volcanic pressure, the ancients imagined Typhon. It was a kind of poetry, and, quite frankly, more fun to envision than sedimentary subduction zones. And Typhon was not alone. He was, as mentioned, the father of monsters. With Echidna, half serpent, half something else entirely, he spawned a gallery of horrors. Let's take a brief inventory, shall we? Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the underworld. The Chimera, a fire-breathing fusion of lion, goat and serpent. The Hydra, with its regrowing heads and poisonous breath. The Sphinx, whose riddles caused more than existential dread. The Nemean lion, whose golden hide couldn't be pierced by mortal weapons. And many others, who we'll meet again as our story unfolds. In a way, Typhon and Echidna are less a couple and more a factory, churning out monstrosities to populate the dangerous edges of the Greek imagination. But how did the ancients depict Typhon? Greek vase painters, never shy about ornamenting their wine jugs with a bit of divine trauma, occasionally gave Typhon a serpentine lower half and dragon wings. Others made him more human-shaped, though still terrifying. His form wasn't fixed, and that's important. Typhon wasn't just a character, he was an idea. He was the fear of the unknown, given just enough shape to haunt your dreams. In the Roman period, Typhon was sometimes merged with other storm deities. The Alexandrian poet Nonnos, writing in the 5th century CE, gave us one of the most dramatic retellings of the Typhon battle. A cosmic symphony of chaos and fury. Not exactly a lullaby, but splendid for dramatic readings. Interestingly, the Egyptians, never ones to miss a good mythic crossover, absorbed some of these ideas into their own cosmologies. The Greeks in Egypt, particularly in Alexandria, sometimes equated Typhon with the god Set, another chaotic desert dweller with a penchant for causing trouble. Cultural diffusion, ancient style. And what became of Typhon? Though technically dead, or rather buried, Typhon never truly left the stage. The volcanoes of southern Italy, particularly Mount Etna, were thought to house his furious breath. When lava poured from the mountain's flanks, it was Typhon's wrath escaping in molten form. In literature and later mythology, Typhon became shorthand for unstoppable destruction. A cosmic final boss. A being whose defeat marked the establishment of order. The victory of Zeus, not just as a powerful god, but as the upholder of structure over chaos. One might say, if a little sleepily, that Typhon is the reason the world doesn't fall apart every Tuesday. And yet, he's still there, sleeping, breathing, rolling over occasionally, just to remind us that the earth beneath our feet is never truly still. So, dear listener, if you're lying there now in the hush of your room, and you feel the soft hum of the world beneath you, remember, the ancients heard it too. They gave it a name. They gave it serpents for legs and fire for breath. They made it mighty. They made it monstrous. And then they tucked it safely beneath a mountain where it could do no harm, unless the mountain sneezed. We've only just begun our descent into the monstrous. There are more jaws to count, more riddles to solve, and more serpents than any garden would like. But for now, close your eyes. Let the tale of Typhon roll away like a receding storm. Let your thoughts settle like ash on a quiet volcano. The fire has dimmed. The monster sleeps. And so should you. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let your breathing slow. Let the noise of the day soften, like a harp string falling silent in the dark. You're not in your room anymore. No. Tonight, you're drifting downward, deep into the quiet belly of the earth. Deeper still, into a place not quite mortal and not quite divine. A place where monsters are born. And waiting there, half in shadow, half in shimmer, is Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters. She's not famous, not like Medusa or Cerberus. No statues stand in her honour. No temples call her name. But without her, many of the nightmares in Greek mythology would never have drawn breath. She is old. Older than Olympus. Older than your pillow. Her story is scattered through scrolls and half-forgotten epics, like bones buried in mythic soil. But tonight, we gather those bones. Tonight we meet the mother. The Greeks, as you may remember, were rather fond of explaining the inexplicable with elaborate family trees. Earthquakes. That's Typhon tossing in his sleep. Madness? A gift from the Furies. A lion with skin too tough to pierce? Well, that's just one of Echidna's babies. She's described, when she's described at all, as half beautiful woman, half coiled serpent. The upper half is alluring, almost divine, and the lower half is a serpent's tail that gleams with oily scales, forever winding, forever listening. There's a certain poetic logic in it, the top to entice, the bottom to consume. Echidna was not just a mother in the physical sense. She was mythological fertility itself, the force that brought monstrous forms into being. She didn't simply give birth to one creature, or two, but to a whole ecosystem of terror. She was paired with Typhon, and what a pair they made. Between the two of them, they birthed virtually every beast that ever gave a Greek hero heartburn. You already know some of their offspring. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates of the underworld like a bouncer at the most exclusive club no one wants to enter. The Hydra, who added heads faster than you could chop them off. The Chimera, a fire-breathing hybrid so confused it probably needed a map just to walk. The Sphinx, the Nemean lion, Orthrus, the Caucasian eagle that pecked at Prometheus's liver day after day, all hers. Quite the maternity ward, really. But who was Echidna? And why did the Greeks imagine such a being? The answer, as always, lies in fear and fertility. In the ancient world, The wilderness was not a place for leisure hikes and panoramic selfies. It was dangerous, unknown, and crawling with things that hissed. Forests had bandits. Mountains had storms. Caves had gods or monsters, or the gods of monsters. And beneath it all, there was a powerful belief that nature, wild nature, gave birth to the things that frightened you. Echidna was the personification of that belief. She was the wild-made womb, the fertile chaos that lay just beyond the edges of the city-state. Not evil exactly, but untamed. She wasn't meant to be worshipped so much as respected, like the growl in the underbrush or the gleam in a predator's eye. Her name, Echidna, has uncertain roots. It's possibly related to the word for viper, or perhaps it comes from even older languages, predating the Greeks entirely. She may be older than even the stories we use to explain her. It would suit her, being older than memory. Many primordial goddesses are like that, fading into the edges of the mythos while still holding everything together. Echidna doesn't take centre stage in many myths. She's rarely the villain. She's never the hero. She's simply there, breeding, waiting, lurking. And in that quiet, generative presence, she becomes one of the most powerful figures in the mythic world, precisely because she doesn't demand attention. She simply continues. In Hesiod's Theogony, one of the earliest and most influential Greek texts, Echidna is described as a nymph who lives in a cave, devouring all men who pass. Now that could be metaphorical, or perhaps she simply liked her snacks fresh. Either way, she was clearly not someone to meet on a stroll. According to Hesiod, she was immortal and ageless, which is rather unfair for a mother of so many. But then Greek immortality never did come with stretch marks. She lived in a hidden cave, far from the gods and men, tucked away near Arima, a place whose location even the Greeks weren't too sure about. Some said it was in Cilicia, in southern Anatolia. Others pointed to deep beneath the earth. Some, quietly, just avoided the subject. And yet, despite her shadowy role, her presence is felt in nearly every heroic tale. Think of the great monster slayers of myth: Heracles, Bellerophon, Perseus, Odysseus. Nearly all of them faced one of Echidna's offspring. Each heroic deed, each monster conquered, was an echo of her legacy. She is the challenge behind the story, the breath behind the beast. There's something maternal in that too. You see, in ancient Greek society, women were often confined to the home, invisible in the public record, but absolutely central to the survival of the family and the continuity of culture. Echidna mirrors this role, silent in the myths, but essential to their progression. The mother whose children define the trials of men. Some later authors gave her a bit more narrative flesh. In the Roman tradition, she sometimes partners not with Typhon, but with Tartarus himself. A being, or a place, depending on how poetic you're feeling. Some even claimed she gave birth to a line of mortal monsters, kings and queens who ruled in far-off barbaric lands. In this version, her blood seeped into the earth and bore empires, which, in its own way, might be the most frightening legacy of all. In art, Echidna appears only rarely. The Greeks, bless them, preferred to depict her children. Flashier, more dramatic, and easier to fit onto pottery. But when she does appear, she's unmistakable. A woman from the waist up, beautiful and often bare, with the lower body of a serpent coiling into the gloom. Her face is calm, unapologetic. She is not a monster writhing in agony. She is not begging to be understood. She is simply Echidna. And what a strange power that is, to be monstrous without remorse, to be feared but not villainous. To give birth to terrors and never ask forgiveness for it. In modern times, her name has survived in biology. The echidna, a spiny anteater from Australia, bears little resemblance to her mythological namesake, aside from being wonderfully peculiar and producing the sort of confusion that would make a Greek storyteller proud. It lays eggs. It has four-headed reproductive anatomy. It is shy, ancient, and seems entirely unaware of how absurd it looks. One suspects Echidna would be flattered, but back to her myth. Echidna's story fades gradually after the early sources. As Greek thought shifted from oral epic to philosophy, monsters like her were explained away. Natural causes. Allegory. The torchlight of logic was being turned toward the dark corners of myth, and many of those shadows scattered. But not all. In the Renaissance, and even in modern fantasy literature, the trope of the mother of monsters lives on. You'll find her echoes in Tolkien's Ungoliant, in Lovecraft's Shub-Niggurath, in video games and novels, and the minds of anyone who's ever wondered, but where did the first monster come from? It always comes back to Echidna, because even now, when the world is mapped and measured, and most of the dragons have been replaced by tax forms, we still feel that tug at the edges. That sense that something wild, something ancient, still breeds beneath the surface. The Greeks gave that feeling a name. They gave it a shape. They gave it a mother. And so, as you lie there tonight, drifting just on the edge of sleep, know that you are not alone. The cave still waits. The coiled tail still stirs. And the mother of monsters still dreams beneath the earth, birthing horrors in her sleep. She does not roar. She does not chase. She simply exists. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing of all. Now close your eyes. The world is quiet. The monsters are fed. And the mother is resting. So should you. Breathe in. Let the weight of the day fall away like sand through your fingers. You're not here, not really. Not in your room, not in your bed. No, you're walking through a darkening meadow under a silver moon, a cool mist curling around your ankles. Ahead, a black river winds across the land like a ribbon of ink. And just beyond it, a gate. Massive, unmoving, ancient. And beside it, the soft growl of something that does not sleep. You have come to the edge of the world, or at least the edge of the world as the Greeks imagined it. This is the entrance to the underworld, and the creature standing guard has 3 heads, each hungering for the soul of a trespasser. Meet Cerberus, the Hound of Hades. Now let's set aside modern expectations. Cerberus is not evil. He is not a villain. He doesn't chase heroes through city streets or bark in nightmarish alleyways. No, he is far more dignified than that. He has a job, a role, a purpose. He is the guardian, the doorman, the final obstacle. And he's very, very good at it. Cerberus, sometimes spelled Kerberos, if you're in the mood for older spellings, was the child of Echidna and Typhon, a sibling to the Chimera, the Hydra, and other such charming playmates. But Cerberus was special. He wasn't designed to terrorize mortals or rampage through the countryside. He was created to keep the dead in, and the living out. His appearance varies, depending on which ancient source you're reading or which pot you're peering into. But the basics are consistent. Cerberus has 3 heads, though some ancient authors claim as many as 50 or even 100. He has a mane of snakes, eyes like lanterns, and sometimes, depending on the poet's mood, a serpent for a tail. He's like a canine jigsaw puzzle made from nightmares, stitched together with divine purpose. But let's focus on the 3 heads. Why 3? Well, scholars and sleepy philosophers have debated this for centuries. Some say the three heads represent the past, present, and future, which would be terribly poetic for a dog. Others suggest they symbolise birth, youth, and old age, our body, soul, and spirit. Or perhaps the ancient Greeks simply thought three heads were more terrifying than one, and left it at that. Now imagine it. A creature with triple the teeth, triple the growls, triple the stare, and yet not malicious, not unkind, simply resolute. You see, the Greeks didn't fear death the way we sometimes do, not as an ending, but as a passage. What they feared more than death was imbalance, disturbance, the wrong soul in the wrong place. Cerberus ensured order. No soul escaped the underworld. No living foot stepped too far. He was, in essence, the boundary. You may be wondering, what was it like, this underworld? It was not fire and brimstone. No pitchforks, no eternal torment. At least not for most. The underworld was quiet. Diamond Soys shadowed. A place of memory more than suffering. It had regions, of course. The blessed went to the Elysian fields, green and gold with eternal ease. The punished were sent to Tartarus, where monsters and titans writhed, and the rest simply wandered. Shades among shades. Cerberus guarded them all. But as with all good monsters, he did occasionally face opposition. After all, Greek heroes were a meddlesome bunch, always leaping gates and barging into places they had no business being. Take Orpheus, the musician. He played his lyre so beautifully that even stones were said to weep. When his wife Eurydice died, Orpheus descended into the underworld to fetch her back. He didn't fight Cerberus, he played for him. And the hound, overcome by the mournful melody, lay down his head and wept, or perhaps simply dozed. Either way, Orpheus passed. Then there was Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, who was tasked with bringing Cerberus to the surface as one of his 12 labours. Not defeating him, mind you, just removing him temporarily from his post. Heracles, strong and stubborn as ever, wrestled the beast with nothing but his arms. No weapons, no tricks. He subdued Cerberus and dragged him into daylight, where the hound, unaccustomed to such brightness, blinked and howled in dismay. But Heracles was no villain. Once his labour was complete, he returned Cerberus unharmed to his post. Even heroes, it seems, understood the importance of boundaries. And then there's Psyche, a mortal woman who, through a series of divine misadventures involving jealous goddesses and impossible tasks, found herself journeying through the underworld as well. To pass Cerberus, she brought honey cakes, sweet bribes for a beast who, despite his job, still enjoyed a treat or two. Some say she tossed them one by one, each to a separate mouth. A very polite offering, really. These stories tell us something about Cerberus. He is not defeated by force, not truly. He is overcome by gentleness, by cleverness, by compassion. A lullaby, a cake, a fair challenge. He is a creature of rules, not rage. And that, perhaps, is why he was so respected. Even Hades, god of the underworld, had a sort of fondness for him. In many depictions, Cerberus is shown sitting at his feet like a loyal companion. Not chained, not whipped, just present, watching, waiting. And here we must take a brief, sleepy detour into etymology. The name Cerberus may stem from an Indo-European word meaning spotted, which means, if we're being terribly literal, Hades may have named his monstrous three-headed hellhound Spot. That's right, Spot. A joke, perhaps, from the ancient linguists. Or maybe just a reminder that even the most terrifying beings can have ordinary names. There's also a connection between Cerberus and ancient burial customs. You see, the Greeks often placed coins with the dead, payment for Charon, the ferrymen who guided souls across the river Styx. But in some traditions, honey cakes were buried as well, offerings not for Charon, but for Cerberus, a bribe to ease the soul's passage, a gift to the guardian, something sweet for the sentinel. It's easy to forget, amid the snarling imagery, that Cerberus was not cruel. He didn't torment souls. He didn't hunt them. He simply ensured they stayed where they belonged. In a world where chaos was always licking at the edges of order, Cerberus was a gate that held firm. In Roman times, the image of Cerberus endured. Poets like Virgil described him in the Aeneid, where the hero Aeneas must also pass the hound to reach the realm of the dead. Again, the method is familiar. Soporific treats. Sleep, not struggle. And in later Christian adaptations, Cerberus became associated with demons or Satan's watchdog. But that's a different lens, painted in darker strokes. The Greeks saw no sin in his existence, only necessity. Artists over the centuries couldn't resist him. On urns, on mosaics, on medieval manuscripts, he appears, all snarls and scales and flicking tongues. Often with only 2 heads, sometimes with 3, occasionally with dozens. Always with a presence that says, here is the edge. Do not cross it lightly. And yet, of course, the best stories are about those who do. Still, once their business is done, the great heroes rarely harm him. They return him, leave him be. Cerberus is not the villain to vanquish, but the challenge to honour. There's something comforting in that, isn't there? A monstrous dog who does not chase but guards, who snarls not from malice but duty, who lets you pass if you are clever or kind or brave enough to earn the right. And as you lie there, perhaps with a dog curled at your feet or snoring down the hall, you might smile at the thought that in the ancient world, even the threshold between life and death had a guardian who wagged his tail for music and drooled for honey. Cerberus was terrifying, yes, but only to those who tried to cheat the rules. He never hunted the innocent, never strayed from his post. He stayed, eternal and watchful, at the gate, a beast of legend, a child of chaos, and still, somehow, just a very good boy. So rest now. The night is calm, the gate is closed, the guardian is at his post, his 3 heads laid gently on stone, watching the road behind you, keeping the silence intact. No need to run, no need to fear. You are not trespassing tonight. You are only drifting. Sleep well, and let Cerberus keep the watch. Let your body settle. Let the weight of your limbs fall into the mattress, like stones sinking gently into a clear pool. The night presses in softly, like a curtain drawn with care. And beneath that hush, somewhere distant, somewhere ancient, is the quiet ripple of a marsh, a breathless wetland choked with mist. Something stirs beneath the surface, something with too many eyes. Tonight, we drift toward the swamps of Lerna. There, in the stagnant, steaming waters, lived a creature so persistent, so impossibly difficult to kill, that it took a demigod with a club, a sword, and a bit of divine backup just to slow it down. This is the tale of the Lernaean Hydra, a creature of heads and venom, born of chaos and left to thrive in the shadows. You've probably heard of the Hydra, even if only vaguely. In popular imagination, she's become a symbol of problems that grow worse the more you try to fix them. Cut off 1 head and 2 more rise. A rather discouraging metaphor for anyone with a to-do list. But the Hydra wasn't just a metaphor. To the ancient Greeks, she was very real, and very much in the way. Her origins, as with so many monsters in Greek mythology, trace back to Echidna and Typhon, the mother and father of monsters. They didn't so much raise their children as release them, scattering their spawn across the map like little living challenges for the heroic youth of the age. The Hydra was one of their more impressive creations. She lived in the swamp of Lerna, not far from the city of Argos, and was said to be a massive, coiling, many-headed serpent. The number of heads varies depending on the poet. Some said 7, others claimed 9. A few, feeling especially dramatic, went as high as 100. But no matter the count, they shared one troubling feature. They didn't stay dead. When one head was severed, 2 more would sprout in its place, like an enthusiastic weed that took pruning as a personal challenge. And if that weren't enough, her blood was said to be so venomous that even its scent could kill. Her breath was toxic, her bite fatal, and the very ground she walked, or rather slithered upon, was poisoned. She didn't even need to chase her prey. They simply wandered too close, and nature did the rest. Now, Lerna itself was already a place of mystery. In Greek thought, it was one of the gateways to the underworld, a liminal space where the veil between worlds was especially thin. The swamp, always still, always steaming, was feared for its depths and secrets. It was said that no one who entered came out unchanged, or at all. What better place, then, for a creature like the Hydra? When Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, was tasked with his second labour, it was not merely a matter of finding the Hydra and waving a sword. No, this was a test not just of strength, but of ingenuity. He arrived with his nephew Iolaus, who, depending on the version of the myth, was either his charioteer, his assistant, or just someone who'd made the mistake of tagging along on the wrong day. At first, Heracles did what Heracles does best. He swung his club. Heads flew, splendid cracks echoed through the marsh. But no sooner had one head fallen than 2 more pushed up from the bleeding stump, hissing with renewed fury. Imagine the frustration. One can almost hear Heracles sighing. It was going to be one of those days. The swamp around them boiled with Hydra fury. Heads darted, fangs flashed, and yet Heracles refused to retreat. Instead he adapted. With Iolaus at his side, he developed a new strategy, cauterization. Each time Heracles lopped off a head, Iolaus would dash in with a burning torch and sear the wound closed, preventing regrowth. Teamwork. Efficient, if a bit smoky. Eventually, only the central head remained, the immortal one. Yes, as if regenerating heads weren't enough, the Hydra had a head that simply could not die. Heracles wrestled with it, finally severed it, and buried it beneath a massive boulder. Because if you can't destroy something, at least make it inconvenient to access. To finish the task, Heracles dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood, infusing them with a poison so potent that it would later spell doom even for other heroes. Those arrows would go on to kill the centaur Nessus, which in turn would lead to Heracles' own death. But that's a story for another night. What matters now is that the Hydra had fallen. The swamp went quiet, and the labour was complete. Well, mostly. In one version of the myth, Heracles was denied credit for the labour because he received assistance from Iolaus, which honestly seems a bit harsh. But the gods were nothing if not fond of fine print. Still, the tale endured. The Hydra became a symbol of impossible problems, ones that required not brute strength alone, but patience, precision, and a helping hand. A reminder that monsters often outnumber swords. But what did the Hydra mean Really? Why did the Greeks imagine such a creature? Part of it, of course, was the landscape. Swamps were feared in the ancient world. They were mysterious, disease-ridden, and impossible to navigate. They swallowed people without a sound. The Hydra, then, was a personification of the danger lurking in these places, a visible form for an invisible threat. But there's also a philosophical dimension. The Hydra represents the nature of struggle. Not all problems die when struck. Some divide, multiply, return fiercer than before. The ancient Greeks knew that. Their world was full of uncertainty, plague, war, famine, betrayal. You could win a battle and lose a kingdom. Solve one crisis and find two more waiting behind it. The Hydra, coiled in her marsh, was that truth made flesh. And yet, she was not unbeatable. It's tempting to think of Heracles as merely a brawler, but the Hydra reminds us that even he had to think, had to innovate, had to accept help. His greatest victories were never his alone. There's a lesson in that, gently tucked beneath the fangs and fire. The Hydra's legacy extends far beyond Greek myth. Her name has become a literary device, a political metaphor, a psychological symbol. In every era, people have faced Hydra-like problems, those complex recurring challenges that seem to multiply the more we engage them. And still, we remember the torch, the cauterization, the cleverness. In ancient art, the Hydra was a favourite subject. On painted amphorae, she coils and strikes, heads twisting like braids in the wind. Sometimes she is dragon-like, sometimes more serpentine. Heracles is always there, grim and sweating, club in one hand, torch in the other. The scene is dynamic, chaotic, but always frozen just before resolution. We don't see the moment of victory, only the effort. Perhaps that's fitting. In Roman times, the Hydra was reshaped a bit, more monstrous, less symbolic, but she never lost her place in the pantheon of horrors. Later, in Christian allegory, she became a stand-in for sin, for heresy, for whatever needed smiting with dramatic flair. But the essence remained, a creature that could not be defeated by ordinary means. In some Renaissance retellings, the Hydra became almost seductive, a feminine monster, part woman, part serpent, echoing older fears of the wild and the unknown. The swamp became not just a place, but a metaphor for desire, temptation, and danger. But strip away the centuries, and we return to the still waters of Lerna, to the mist, to the hiss. Imagine it now. You're standing on the edge of the marsh. The reeds part with a rustle. A low ripple moves across the water, and then a head, long, narrow, fanged, rises into view. Another follows, then another, until the night blooms with serpents. 100 eyes blink. 100 tongues taste the air. You take a step back, not from fear, but from awe, because this isn't evil, this is ancient power. Chaos wrapped in elegance. A puzzle, not a curse. And somewhere far off, a torch flares in the darkness. A hero steps forward, not to slay but to understand. So rest now. The Hydra sleeps again in her swamp, coiled beneath lilies and mud. Her heads no longer hiss, her breath no longer poisons. She dreams of fire and rain, of battles lost and won. And you? You are far from Lerna now, safe beneath your blankets, where no heads multiply and no blades are needed. The marsh is still, the torch is out, and the monster, like you, is at peace. Sleep deeply, and let the world remain quiet. Let the hush of the evening settle around you like soft wool. The air is still now. Nothing stirs except memory, and the faint echo of hooves on ancient stone. The The stars above you are distant and patient, watching as they always have. But below, in the smouldering hills of a forgotten land, a creature once breathed fire into the wind. She was impossible, furious, and proud. Her name was Chimera. Tonight, we'll wander slowly through the scorched hills of Lycia, in what is now southwestern Turkey. But once, long ago, this was a place of legend, and in the cracks between rocks, where sulphur steamed from the earth, the Chimera waited. The Chimera was a monster built by contradiction. She was part lion, part goat, part serpent, a fusion of things that had no business being in the same body. And yet, there she stood, a lioness at the front, a goat rising awkwardly from her back, and a long, viperous snake forming the tail, coiled and hissing behind her. And if that weren't enough, she breathed fire. Of course she did. Greek poets described her with a mix of horror and admiration. A creature so unnatural she must have been divine. Or perhaps something the gods regretted and forgot to recall. She was, like many monsters of that ancient world, a child of Typhon and Echidna, which meant that chaos was not just her nature, it was her birthright. Her name, Chimera, literally means she-goat in Greek, which, considering she was also a lion and a snake, seems like an odd naming decision. But the Greeks often name things after their most confounding feature. And what could be more confounding than a goat erupting from the back of a lion? She roamed the burning hills and haunted the people of Lycia. They feared her as a wildfire, as a punishment from the gods, as something too powerful and strange to reason with. And truly, she didn't have an agenda. She didn't demand sacrifices, or build empires, or leave cryptic riddles. She just existed, and scorched everything around her. Now, why would a monster like this take root in Lycia? It helps to know a bit about the land. Lycia was known in the ancient world for its strange, flaming hills, places where methane seeped up from the earth and ignited into ghostly blue flames. Even today, at the site called Yanatash, flaming rock, fires still burn from the ground, flickering mysteriously. To the Greeks, such phenomena had to have a cause. Fire from nowhere? Clearly something monstrous was to blame. So they imagined a chimera, a creature who breathed these flames and lived beneath the rocks. Myth, after all, is how the Greeks explained the impossible. The most famous story involving the chimera comes from the saga of Bellerophon, a hero not as well known today as Heracles or Odysseus, but just as bold. Bellerophon was a prince, or possibly a fugitive, depending on whom you ask. He ended up in Lycia, under complicated circumstances, and found himself sent on a mission that was, frankly, meant to kill him. The king of Lycia, hoping to rid himself of this inconvenient guest, ordered Bellerophon to slay the chimera. A clever way to dispose of someone without technically getting blood on your hands. Oh, you're still alive? Splendid! Do pop out and kill the unkillable monster next, would you? But Bellerophon, rather than succumbing to dread or excuses, went hunting. Now, it's important to note that Bellerophon had a secret weapon, or rather, a winged one. He had managed, through prayer, perseverance, and a golden bridle from the goddess Athena, to tame Pegasus, the winged horse. With Pegasus beneath him, Bellerophon could fly, placing him out of reach of the chimera's claws, fangs, and, crucially, her fire. Imagine that scene. The chimera stalking across the cracked earth, the goat bleating as flames pour from her jaws, the lion's roar echoing through the hills, and above her, wings beating like thunder, a man with a spear, circling, watching. He couldn't get too close. One plume of fire, and it would be over. But he couldn't stay above forever either. So he devised a trick. He fixed a block of lead to the tip of his spear. A strange choice, unless one is thinking several moves ahead. Swooping down, dodging a blast of flame, he drove the spear into the creature's throat. The lead, heated by her breath, melted down into her windpipe, suffocating the fire, and with it, the monster. It was not brute strength that won the day, but cleverness. Heat and metal. A smith's trick, not a warrior's. The Greeks valued that. Wit over muscle. Strategy over sheer force. In their world, heroes often triumphed, not because they were the biggest, but because they were the smartest. And so, the Chimera fell. The fire quieted. The people of Lycia breathed easier. Bellerophon returned, not just as a survivor, but as a hero, though, as with many Greek heroes, his story would not end so smoothly. He grew proud, too proud, tried to fly to Olympus itself, and Pegasus, wise beast that he was, threw him before reaching the heights. But that's another tale. The Chimera, for her part, was buried in the hills. The flames, some said, were her breath still leaking through the cracks of the earth. Even today, the fires at Yanatash still burn. Some believe them to be eternal. Others know they're just gas. But there's something undeniably haunting about flames that never die. In later traditions, the Chimera evolved. She was no longer just a creature. She became an idea. Chimera came to mean anything impossible, any fusion of things that should not exist together, a dream too strange to be real, a metaphor for excess. In medieval bestiaries, she was drawn with new combinations, leopard spots, dragon wings, human faces, always changing, always shifting, and in that sense, she became a reflection of our own imaginations. Chaotic, beautiful, terrifying. She also endured in art. On pottery and coinage, she appears snarling, breathing fire, claws arched. Usually with Bellerophon above her, spear drawn. The moment before victory, or the moment before something goes terribly wrong. The Greeks loved that tension, that breath between triumph and tragedy. And what of her deeper meaning? To the Greeks, monsters were rarely just monsters. They were warnings, reminders, reflections. The Chimera, with her 3 bodies and burning breath, might represent uncontrolled imagination, dreams without boundaries, or the dangers of hybrid things. Neither one nor the other, but both. A symbol of the unknown, of the unnatural. Or perhaps she was just a creature of fire, given form so that people might understand the earth they stood on. That, after all, is the quiet genius of mythology. It gives shape to confusion, a face to fear, a story to stand where silence once was. And so tonight, as you lie still beneath your own roof, centuries away from the hills of Lycia, you might picture her, the lioness pacing through blackened stone, the goat's head bleating and burning, the serpent tail twitching in anticipation. She is not coming for you. She never was. She was born, she raged, she was defeated, and remembered. That's all any monster asks. Now the hills are quiet, the fires dim. Pegasus flies on. And Bellerophon, prideful and fallen, is long gone. But the Chimera remains. Not as threat, not as curse, but as story. Sleep now. The wings have passed overhead. The flame is just a flicker. The beast is at rest. And so are you. Close your eyes now. Let the soft tide of silence lap gently at the edges of your thoughts. There is no hurry, no weight of waking hours. Just the breath in your chest and the drifting stories of the old world. Tonight, we do not go underground or into the swamp. We do not follow lions or serpents or beasts with too many legs. No, tonight we gaze into eyes. Not yours, not mine, but hers. And if we are not careful, we may never look away again. This is the story of the Gorgons, and of one in particular. You know her name, even if you don't remember where from. It lingers in the back of the mind, like a warning from a dream. Medusa. Say it slowly, softly. The name is already an incantation. Now the Gorgons were 3 sisters, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, and depending on which version of the myth you prefer, they were either always monstrous or became monstrous later. That's the thing about Greek mythology. Nothing is ever simple. Everyone has a past, often a complicated one. Let us start with the old versions, the ones that came before sympathy was invented. In these, the Gorgons were born monstrous, children of the sea gods Phorcys and Ceto, creatures of dread from the moment they took their first breath. They lived far off in the west, at the edges of the world, past the boundaries of maps and reason. They had wings of bronze, snakes for hair. Their skin was scaly, their teeth sharp, and their eyes could turn you to stone. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally. One glance, and your body would freeze in place, your breath would stop, and your soul would drift from flesh turned cold and grey. The Gorgons were not pursued, they did the pursuing, and no man returned from their lands intact. But then, a different version arose, a softer one with tragedy. In this telling, Medusa was not born a monster. She was a maiden, perhaps a priestess of Athena, dedicated to the goddess of wisdom and war. She was beautiful, so beautiful in fact that even the gods noticed, and one did more than notice. Poseidon, god of the sea, desired her, and according to the myth, he pursued her. In some tellings, he seduced her. In others, he assaulted her, and not in a quiet meadow, but in Athena's own temple. When the goddess returned and found her sanctuary defiled, she did not punish Poseidon, she punished Medusa. Because in mythology, justice is not always just. Gods, after all, behave like people, which is often the most dangerous thing about them. And so, Medusa was cursed. Her hair became snakes. Her face, once lovely, became something unlookable. Not because it was grotesque, but because it was too powerful. She was given the gift, or curse, of the petrifying gaze. No longer a priestess, no longer human, no longer desired, she fled west with her sisters. And from that moment on, she was both feared and hunted. Now consider this. A woman punished for being beautiful, then hunted for being dangerous. There's something ancient in that rhythm, and sadly, something eternal. But back to the myth. You may remember the name Perseus, a hero with a magic bag and a knack for inconvenient quests, sent by a king who wanted him dead without saying so. "Bring me the head of Medusa," said the king, as if asking for a bouquet. And Perseus went, but not alone. He had help, divine help. The gods, for reasons of their own, gave him tools. Athena provided a polished shield, one that could be used as a mirror. Hermes gave him a curved blade. He also received a magical satchel to carry the head, and the winged sandals of the nymphs, with which he could fly. You may notice a pattern in Greek heroics. The monster is rarely defeated by brawn alone. There are tools, relics, rules. The Greeks understood that monsters were not simply strong, they were symbols. They had to be approached with reverence and cunning. Perseus flew to the edge of the world, to the land where the Gorgons slept. They slept during the day, you see. Their stone-turning eyes only worked when open. Even curses need rest. And as the Gorgons lay coiled among the rocks, Perseus crept forward, not looking directly, but through the reflection in his shield. It's a clever image, isn't it? He cannot face her directly. He must look through an image, indirect, safe, distant. One wonders how many truths in life must be seen the same way. With the curved blade, he struck. Clean. Fast. Medusa's head fell, eyes still open, still dangerous. And from her blood sprang two beings. Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden sword. Life emerging from death. A symbol of beauty and violence, fused. Perseus placed the head in his satchel. It would remain a weapon. Even severed, Medusa's gaze could petrify. He used it to defeat foes, turn kings to stone, and eventually returned it to Athena, who mounted it on her shield. Now pause there. Athena, who cursed Medusa, who armed the man who killed her, who then placed her head on a shield and carried it into battle. Why? Why would a goddess wear the face of her victim? Some say it was guilt, a way to honour Medusa. Others claim it was pure practicality. The head was, after all, extremely effective. But maybe it's something else. Maybe Medusa had become more than a curse. She had become a symbol. In time, Medusa's image spread across the ancient world. Not as a monster, but as a guardian. Her face, the Gorgoneon, was painted on shields, carved into doorways, etched on coins and breastplates. Not to frighten the innocent, but to ward off evil. Apotropaic, the scholars call it. A fancy word meaning something that turns danger away. A reversal then, from hunted to protector, from cursed to divine. Her face twisted in rage, eyes wide, tongue protruding, became a kind of ancient alarm system. A declaration that the space behind the image was sacred, untouchable. How's that for poetic justice? And so, across the centuries, Medusa was reclaimed. Artists painted her not with scales and fangs, but with sorrow. Her hair was not snakes, but symbols. Her story was not one of terror, but of transformation. In the Renaissance, poets reimagined her. Painters softened her features. In the modern world, she became a feminist icon. The woman punished for her beauty, transformed against her will, then demonized for surviving. Is she still terrifying? Yes. But perhaps not for the same reasons. And what of her sisters? Stheno and Euryale, the immortal Gorgons, often go unmentioned. They weren't slain, they weren't cursed anew. They remained wild, winged, grieving. Their names mean strong and far-roaming. They were perhaps even more terrifying than Medusa, yet less famous. That too is a kind of curse, to outlive your sister and be forgotten. But somewhere, in the mythology between lines, they still fly. Not quite villains, not quite mourners, just shadows across the edge of the world. And here we arrive at the heart of it. The Gorgons, and Medusa in particular, are not monsters in the way we understand them. They are protectors, victims, warriors, goddesses. Their image, born of fear, becomes a kind of shield, not to harm, but to defend. Think of it. A face so powerful, it turns violence to stone. Not through fists, not through flame, but through the act of looking. What is more dangerous than a woman who cannot be looked upon, and who, in turn, sees everything? Tonight, let us not fear her. Let us imagine her not as a beast with snake hair and a bloodied stare, but as a figure walking the border of myth and memory. Not chasing you, not hunting, simply watching, guarding. Perhaps she stands outside your window now, not to petrify, but to keep watch, to hold back whatever else the night might bring. Sleep beneath her gaze. You are safe? The monsters she once faced are long gone, and she, Medusa, has become something else. No longer victim, no longer villain, but a quiet goddess of the threshold. And you, dear listener, are on the peaceful side of that line. Sleep now. Let the stone turn back to flesh. Let the hair become wind. And let her eyes gentle now, close at last. Take a breath, not too deep, just enough to feel your ribcage gently rise like the tide beneath a quiet moon. Let your limbs go still, your thoughts go soft. Tonight we set sail, not toward peace, not yet. Tonight we pass between monsters. There is a place in the world where the sea narrows like a throat, and ships must slide carefully between high cliffs and deep waters. A place where every sailor knows that, to steer clear of danger on one side, he must come perilously close to disaster on the other. This place, very real, very present, is the Strait of Messina, between Italy and Sicily. The ancients knew it well, but they saw more than water, more than current. They saw jaws, they heard voices, they named the dangers that lurked there, gave them form and history and appetite. On one side stood Scylla, and on the other Charybdis. If you were to ask an ancient Greek sailor which was worse, he might pause, shrug, and say, "Depends on how you'd like to go." Scylla lived in the cliffs. She didn't move much, just enough to ruin your day. She perched in her cave, high above the waves, and waited for ships to come close. And when they did, she reached down, fast, efficient, hungry. Homer tells us she had 12 legs, long and lean, stretching from her waist like some monstrous spider, and 6 long necks, each ending in a terrible head with 3 rows of sharp teeth. Her voice was like the yelp of puppies, pitiful and high, but her bite was something else entirely. She didn't tear ships apart. She didn't breathe fire or crash waves. Number. She plucked sailors from their decks like olives from a bowl, 1 for each head. 6 men gone before anyone could scream. Odysseus saw it happen. He'd been warned by Circe, the sorceress. "Steer close to Scylla," she told him. "You'll lose a few men. It's horrible, yes, but better than Charybdis. Charybdis will take the whole ship." And so he did. He clutched the tiller, teeth tight, and watched as Scylla struck. 6 men, lifted, flailing, screaming. Then silence. It was not a battle. It was a toll. And she took it, as she always did. But who was Scylla before this? There are stories, softer, sadder, that say she was once a girl. Not divine, not monstrous. Just a girl who walked the shores and loved the sea. And one day she caught the eye of Glaucus, a sea god. He loved her. She did not love him back. He, in desperation, went to Circe, begged her to make him irresistible. But Circe, you see, loved Glaucus, and Scylla, by simply existing, had ruined that love. So Circe did what goddesses so often do in myth. She punished the woman. She poisoned the spring where Scylla bathed. And the next time Scylla stepped into the water, she changed. Her body stretched, her legs twisted, dogs burst from her skin. She screamed, and kept screaming, until she found herself in the cliffs above the sea, no longer a girl, no longer anything at all. She wasn't evil. She just became. And she stayed. On the other side of the strait, the water boils. That is where Charybdis waits. You don't see her until it's too late. She doesn't have arms or teeth or eyes you can look into. She's just a shape in the sea, a whirlpool that opens 3 times a day and drinks the ocean. And if you're in the way, down you go. She was once a daughter of Poseidon, the stories say, loyal, proud. She helped her father drown coastlines and flood enemy lands. But Zeus, who had other ideas about balance and ownership, struck her with lightning. He chained her to the seafloor and cursed her with hunger. Now she swells and collapses, breathes in and spits out, never full, never still. She is absence made visible, the kind of danger you only understand once you've been pulled in. So there you are, A sailor, a captain, a hero passing through. To your left, a towering cliff, still as death, with something sharp hidden in the shadows. To your right, water that pulls sideways, tugs at the keel, beckons with no promise of return. Pick one. You have to. Odysseus chose Scylla, because losing 6 is better than losing everyone. That's what he told himself. What Circe told him. What the gods would have him believe. It's a cruel math, but Greek mythology is full of that kind of arithmetic. The kind where survival always costs something. You see, Scylla and Charybdis weren't just monsters. They were choices. Bad ones. Scylla is the pain you expect. Swift, sharp, specific. You know it's coming. You brace for it. You live through it. Charybdis is the slow dread. The danger you try to avoid but feel pulling at your feet anyway. It comes quietly, like regret, like gravity. Scylla kills a few. Charybdis devours all. And together they represent something very old and very familiar. The truth that some journeys offer no safe path. That sometimes to keep going, something must be sacrificed. And yet, Odysseus passed through. Not untouched, not unscathed, but onward. That's the thing. Even in the face of ancient monsters, of losses and choices and waves that don't care if you pray, the Greeks believed you could keep moving. Even if it hurt. Even if the way was narrow. Even if you cried. You could still steer the ship. Later storytellers softened the edges. In some versions, Odysseus fights back, tries to stab Scylla as she grabs his men. But the gods laugh at that. You can't stab a choice. You can't strike a fate. You can only face it. Sail through, and remember. In art, Scylla is often drawn as a woman above, beautiful, serene, and chaos below. Dogs and serpents and limbs all braided into a single shape. A reflection of the sea itself. Calm on the surface, madness underneath. Charybdis is harder to paint. She's not a creature so much as a phenomenon. A gaping mouth, maybe. A swirling disk of foam. Sometimes just a hole in the sea. But everyone understood her. The sailors did. The poets did. And so do we. We use them still. Between Scylla and Charybdis, the phrase survives. A way to say I had no good options. A way to say I chose what hurt less. A way to say I'm still here. And that matters, because sometimes the victory is not in slaying the monster. It's in knowing which one to face. In knowing when to hold the tiller. And in not letting go. The ancient world was full of things the Greeks couldn't explain. Earthquakes, storms, currents, loss. But instead of surrendering to fear, they gave those things stories. Not to tame them, but to understand. They named their monsters. And in doing so, they named their fears. And their courage too. So tonight, as you lie in your bed, you are not at sea. You are not between rocks. There is no whirlpool at your feet, no jaws in the dark. You are safe, the strait is behind you. Scylla sleeps in her cave, curled around her sorrow. Charybdis turns slow and silent beneath a peaceful sea. And you? You are the sailor who passed through. Not unchanged, but still sailing. Let the wind go quiet. Let the water calm. The monsters, just this once, are still. Sleep now. And drift. You've already done the hardest part. It's quiet now. Let the hush of the evening wrap around you like a cool linen sheet, the kind worn by kings and commoners alike in the Mediterranean dusk. Imagine a torch flickering in some far-off corridor. Footsteps echo, marble beneath your feet. A door opening and closing behind you. And now you are in the dark, in the labyrinth. It does not matter how you got here, only that you have, and somewhere, at the centre of this winding puzzle of stone and shadow, waits the monster, Tonight, we meet the Minotaur. Not just a beast in a maze, though that's how he's often remembered, but something far older, stranger, sadder. Let us begin at the beginning, which, as with most Greek myths, is not simple, not clean, and certainly not family-friendly. It starts with a king, a Cretan king named Minos. Minos wanted to rule not just men, but the sea itself. So he prayed to Poseidon, god of the oceans, asking for a sign to prove he was chosen. Poseidon obliged, sending up from the surf a magnificent white bull, powerful, radiant, divine. Minos was to sacrifice it as a show of loyalty. But Minos, being human, made the usual mistake. He got attached. The bull was too perfect, too beautiful. Surely the gods wouldn't mind if he kept it and substituted a lesser one for the altar. They minded. In particular, Poseidon minded. And as punishment, the god cast a strange desire into the heart of Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae. She was struck with a longing not for a man, not even for a god, but for the very bull her husband had refused to sacrifice. What followed was, depending on your level of poetic tolerance, either grotesque or tragically divine. The queen sought help from Daedalus, the great inventor, and Daedalus, as artists often do, obeyed the brief without judgment. He built her a wooden cow, hollow and lifelike, in which she could climb and, well, deceive the bull. And from that strange union came a child with the body of a man and the head of a bull, the Minotaur. He was unnamed at birth. The name we use, Minotaur, simply means bull of Minos, as if he were a possession, a problem to be solved. And in many ways, that's exactly what he became. The boy, if one can call him that, could not be raised among people. He grew quickly, grew strong, grew wild. Minos, horrified and shamed, again turned to Daedalus. And Daedalus built the labyrinth, a palace of corridors, a maze so complex that even the architect could barely escape it. A structure where left and right became meaningless, where forward became back, where one might walk forever and never see the same wall twice. In the centre, they placed the Minotaur, to live, or at least to exist. He was fed, he was feared, he became legend. Now, here's where Athens comes into it. At the time, Crete was a naval superpower, and Athens, still young and growing, had once rebelled, and lost. As part of the peace, Minos demanded tribute. Every 9 years, Athens would send 7 boys and 7 girls to Crete, and those youths would be placed in a labyrinth. With the Minotaur, no weapons, no guide, no escape. It wasn't execution, not formally, just a disappearance, a slow forgetting. They entered, they never returned, and so the Minotaur became more than a monster. He became the engine of fear, a reminder of defeat, a story told in Athens to keep young people obedient, a sacrifice to power and to shame. But then, of course, came a prince, Perseus, son of the king of Athens. Brash, clever, reckless. A walking definition of heroism, at least the Greek variety, which included equal parts nobility and ego. When the time came for the next tribute, Perseus volunteered to be among the youths. Not to die, but to kill, he sailed to Crete. And as the stories go, he caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of Minos and Pasiphae, half-sister to the Minotaur, if anyone was counting. Ariadne, moved by the handsome foreigner, or perhaps simply sick of the bloodshed, gave Theseus a tool. Not a sword, not a map. A thread. A spool of golden string to be tied at the entrance of the labyrinth. A guide back, if he could survive. Theseus entered. He walked the winding paths, let the walls close in, let the silence deepen. And finally, he found the creature. Imagine that moment. the hero face to face with the beast. And the beast, not roaring, not charging, just staring. Because here's the part the stories often skip over. The Minotaur didn't ask to be there, didn't ask to be born, didn't choose the labyrinth. He was made, then caged, then fed strangers in the dark. Was he savage? Yes. Was he a monster? Perhaps, but also perhaps not. Theseus fought him, killed him, left his body in the dark, and then following the thread, escaped. Victory. The end. But as with all Greek myths, the ending leaves questions. Who was the Minotaur really? Some say he was simply a cautionary tale, a symbol of unnatural union, of pride punished by the gods. Others see him as something deeper, the unwanted child, the castaway, the embodiment of shame buried at the heart of power. In historical terms, there may have been something more. Archaeologists studying the ruins of Knossos, the grand palace of ancient Crete, have found vast, complex layouts, rooms upon rooms, corridors with no straight line. Some believe this was the labyrinth, not a trap, but a court. Not a prison, but a palace so complex that visitors felt lost. The bull too mattered in Minoan culture. Bull leaping was a sacred sport. The animal was revered, not feared. Its horns appear in art, on altars, in frescoes. So perhaps the story of the Minotaur is a Greek reinterpretation, or misinterpretation, of a foreign custom. The Athenians, after all, loved a good narrative, especially one where they, the clever city of democracy and reason, triumphed over the strange islanders with their bulls and their rituals. It is history retold by victors, dressed in myth. But whatever the truth, the story has endured. The image remains. A beast in a maze. And the maze? Oh, the maze is the most important part. Because it's not just a building. It's a metaphor. The labyrinth is the mind. The past. The trap of guilt. The structure we build to contain what we don't want to face. And the Minotaur? He's what we've placed at the centre. A fear, a memory, a mistake, something we would rather forget, and so we wall it in. But it never goes away. It waits. Walk far enough into yourself, and you'll find it. And then, if you're very lucky, or very brave, or very foolish, you'll find the thread, and come out again. Theseus did. He left the labyrinth, but not without cost. He abandoned Ariadne on an island. Reasons vary. Some say he was ungrateful. Others say Dionysus claimed her. But the result was the same, betrayal. He returned home. Forgot to change the sails from black to white, as he'd promised. His father, watching the ship from the cliffs of Athens, saw the dark sails and believed his son dead. In grief, he threw himself into the sea. And so the Aegean was named. Even victory in Greek myth comes with mourning. The Minotaur is dead, the labyrinth is empty. But somehow the story still echoes. We still build mazes. We still lock things away. And deep inside, the part of us that once heard the story as a child, that part still walks the halls, wondering what waits around the corner. So let's leave the torchlight behind. Let the corridors fall silent. The thread has been followed. The monster has been faced. You are no longer in the dark. You are no longer in the maze. You are back here, where it is warm and still, where the Minotaur cannot find you, where the walls are no longer closing in, where sleep is waiting, gentle and slow. And whatever monster you face, it is not tonight. Let the labyrinth vanish. Let the hooves fall silent and rest. You've already walked far enough. It is night again, the kind of night where the wind hushes the trees into stillness, and the moon casts pale silver through the window like a watchful eye. You are still, and all is quiet. But long ago, in the world of myth, the wind was not always so gentle. There were times when it came shrieking across the sea, tearing sails from masts, snatching food from tables, stealing men from the decks of ships, and sometimes from the very skies. And if you were ancient Greek, and you heard that wind howling through the cliffs, you didn't just call it a storm. You might have whispered, harpies. Or, if your conscience was not clean, if you'd wronged the gods or shed innocent blood, you might fear something worse, the Furies. Tonight, we drift into their stories, into winged warnings and shrieking skies, into judgment that flies, and punishment that never sleeps. We begin with the Harpies. Their name comes from the Greek harpazo, meaning to snatch, which is exactly what they do: snatch, take, steal. They were not always evil, not precisely. In the earliest myths, they were storm spirits, daughters of the sea god Thaumas and the Oceanid Electra. Their names were Aelo, Ocypete, and sometimes Kaleno. Lovely names, really. Storm, Swift Flyer, and the Dark One. At first they were merely elemental, fierce winds given form. They raced through the air, screeching across the sea like a bad omen. Sometimes they helped carry souls. Sometimes they stole objects from the hands of mortals. They were fast, unpredictable, and always hungry. But over time, as stories grew darker, the Harpies became less abstract and more terrifying, less weather and more wrath. They were imagined as women with the bodies of great birds, vast wingspans, talons sharper than knives, and faces that once might have been beautiful, but had long since been twisted by rage and divine duty. Their scent was said to be foul, rot and smoke and salt. Their voices screeched like rusted hinges. Their feathers were streaked with filth, tangled with the remnants of whatever they had taken last. The Harpies didn't hunt because they needed to eat. They hunted because someone had to. Because the gods, in their infinite wisdom, sometimes needed messengers who could make mortals miserable and fast. One of the most well-known tales involving them is the tragedy of King Phineus of Thrace. Phineus had a gift, the power of prophecy, but he made the mistake of revealing too much truth. He spoke freely of the gods' secrets, lifting the veil between divine will and human consequence. And for this he was punished, not with blindness, not with death, but with hunger. Each day a feast would be laid before him, meats roasted to perfection, fruits ripe and bursting, bread still warm. But as soon as he reached for a morsel, they came, the Harpies. They descended in a fury of wings and claws, screaming and cackling. They would snatch the food away or foul it with filth so vile that even touching it was impossible. Phineus starved day after day, surrounded by an abundance he could not touch. He aged, grew gaunt, and wept, not from hunger alone, but from the cruelty of being so near to relief, and yet forever denied. Eventually help arrived, in the form of the Argonauts, those bold sailors on their quest for the Golden Fleece. Among them were Zetes and Calais, the Boreads, sons of the North Wind. They had wings of their own, feathered limbs that shimmered with speed. When the Harpies next came for Phineus's feast, Zetes and Calais gave chase. The sky filled with feathers, steel, and shrieks. The Harpies fled westward, beaten and breathless, until the goddess Iris, messenger of the gods, appeared. She struck a bargain. The Harpies would leave Phineus in peace, and in return their lives would be spared. They vanished into the farthest reaches of the world. Some said they made their home near the Elysian wind, far from man, but never truly gone. They lingered in myth, always hungry, always watching. Some said they stole children. Others believed they carried away the souls of the guilty. Others still believed that they were divine instruments of pestilence, bringers of plague. And perhaps they were all these things, in one form or another. Because the harpies don't just represent theft, they represent torment. Unrelenting, unjust torment. That shadow of cruelty that sometimes hangs over those who are already suffering. They take what cannot be taken again. But the Furies are not thieves. They are not mischief makers or shrieking winds. They are judges. They are punishment given wings. Older than gods, born of blood. Their origin is a tale soaked in myth, and myth alone. When Uranus, the sky god, was overthrown by his son Kronos, his blood fell to the earth. And from that earth, Gaia, mother of all, rose the Erinyes, the Furies, Alecto, Megaera, Tisiphone. They were not created, they emerged. Primeval forces, not evil, not good, but necessary. Alecto punished moral crimes. Megaera, jealousy and vengeance. Tisiphone, murder, especially within families. They did not come uninvited, but once summoned, they never stopped. The Furies are always female, but not in the gentle way mortals often imagined femininity. They are motherhood without mercy, memory without forgiveness, the part of justice that does not weep, but endures. Their hair was coiled with serpents. Their breath burned. They carried torches, scourges, and poisonous snakes. Sometimes their robes bled. Sometimes their very footsteps caused madness. Their presence brought guilt alive. Their pursuit made the mind their hunting ground. They didn't just punish you. They made you punish yourself. No crime summoned them faster than kinslaying, particularly the murder of a parent by a child. And so we return to Orestes, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. Agamemnon, who sailed to Troy, who sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to win the winds, who returned years later only to be murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. And Orestes? He was told that justice demanded he avenge his father, and he did. He killed his mother. And the moment her blood hit the floor, the Furies rose. They came screaming from the cracks in the earth, not with swords, but with questions. They asked not whether Orestes was brave, but whether he was right. He fled. To Delphi, to Apollo, to Athens, but they followed, into temples, into dreams, into madness. The first trial in history was held to decide his fate, not by mortals, but by gods. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, choosing mercy. Orestes was freed, but the Furies were not banished. Athena offered them a new role, not as tormentors, but as guardians of justice. She gave them a home beneath Athens, in the sacred grove of the Areopagus. There they would reside, watching over oaths, hearing the cries of the wronged. And they accepted. They became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It was not a euphemism. It was transformation. Because even vengeance can grow tired of blood. Even fury can find peace. They still appeared, of course, in stories, in dreams, in guilt that wouldn't fade. But they had become part of justice, not its enemy. In this, the Greeks showed a profound truth. That justice is not only about punishment, it is about memory. The Furies remember. They remember what the world tries to forget. The girl silenced, the child abandoned, the murder unpunished, the lie that became law. And they wait, because time, for them, does not move as it does for mortals. They do not age, they do not sleep, they watch. And when the world turns too far from balance, they rise. In art they are sometimes softened, made into older women, stern but wise. But in the oldest depictions, they are fire in the shape of women. They are nightmares made noble, and they never blink. Harpies are hunger. Furies are conscience. Harpies are storm. Furies are structure. Both fly, both frighten. But the harpies take what is yours. The furies make you face what you've done. And that is perhaps more terrifying. Because monsters, as we often say, are not always outside the house. Sometimes they are inside. Sometimes they wear your name. Sometimes they sound like your own thoughts. But the furies don't arrive to harm. They arrive to remind, to weigh, to make sure you know, deep down, quietly, just before sleep, that justice is not blind. It only waits. But tonight, there is no cause for fear. The harpies have flown far from your windows. The furies are not coming, unless you've summoned them. And you haven't. You are still. You are safe. You are drifting. And they are only stories, old and winged and watching, but not for you. Not tonight. Let the feathers settle. Let the torches dim. Let sleep take you softly. The kindly ones are at rest, and so are you. The night is quiet now, the kind of quiet that lives in the space between thoughts, the kind that feels like a question waiting to be asked. And that's fitting, because tonight we meet the monster who waits with questions. Not with claws, not with fire, but with a riddle, and a smile, a stillness, a choice. This is the story of the Sphinx. Not the Egyptian one, that grand, silent guardian of sand and sun. Number the Greek Sphinx is something else entirely. Not a monument, but a challenge. Part lion, part woman, part bird, and all mystery. She sits outside the city of Thebes, on a rock just high enough to see the road, just low enough to be seen. Her wings are tucked in, her gaze unblinking. She does not chase. She does not move. She waits. And when someone passes, she speaks. One question, answer correctly, and she lets you go. Answer wrong, she devours you. But let's begin not with her end, but her origin, which, like many things in Greek mythology, is half divine, half uncertain. The Sphinx was said to be the daughter of two monstrous parents, Orpheus, the two-headed hound, and the Chimera, herself a creature stitched from lion, goat and serpent. Others say she was born of Echidna and Typhon, the same pair who spawned so many of the terrors we've met on this journey. But while her siblings raged and clawed and burned, the Sphinx was given a quieter weapon, intellect. She was sent, some say by the gods, others say by fate, to punish the city of Thebes. Hera may have sent her, angry over an old insult, or Hades, in need of balance, or perhaps it was simply the gods being gods, petty, patient, and fond of difficult lessons. Either way, the Sphinx appeared. She took her place outside the gates of Thebes, and there she stayed. She didn't destroy the city. She didn't demand a tribute. She didn't scream or threaten. She asked a riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? No hints, no elaboration. Those who tried to pass her without answering, or who answered poorly, were caught in her claws and torn apart. Not out of malice, simply because that was the price of failure. Thebes was paralysed. Trade slowed. Travellers vanished. The fields went untilled. The people cowered behind their walls. Their future held hostage by a single sentence. Not a dragon, not a war. A question. And that's what made the Sphinx terrifying. She didn't punish through brute force. She punished through uncertainty. Her victims were not the weak. They were the unprepared. To face her was to gamble with your understanding of the world, to risk not just your life, but your certainty. And so, the question remained, waiting, Until one day a man arrived, Oedipus. His name echoes through time, known now for the strange tragedy of his fate. But on this day he was still only a traveller, weary, clever, and already marked by prophecy. He had left his home in Corinth behind, believing he could outrun a curse, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. And in trying to escape that fate, he walked straight into it. But not yet, for now he was just a man on the road to Thebes. And on that road he met her, the Sphinx. Her eyes fixed on him. He did not flinch. She asked her riddle, and he answered. Man, in childhood he crawls on 4 legs. In adulthood he walks upright on 2. And in old age he walks with a cane, as with 3. The answer was simple. Obvious, perhaps, once you heard it. But no one else had. No one else had looked at the riddle and seen not a trick, but a truth. That life itself is a riddle. That time shapes us. That we change, not just in form, but in need. Oedipus understood the riddle not as a puzzle, but as a pattern. And with that answer, the Sphinx was undone. She didn't curse. She didn't cry. She simply leapt from her rock and fell. Her body dashed against the cliffs, her wings snapping, her silence sealed. Why? Some say she was bound by magic, that once her riddle was answered, her purpose was spent. Others say she died of shame, unable to bear defeat. But perhaps she chose to go, because a riddle once solved is no longer sacred. A mystery once unravelled cannot remain a monster. And she was never really a beast, she was a question. And now she was done. Thebes rejoiced. Oedipus was hailed as a hero, married the queen, and became king. But you know, or perhaps remember, that this was not a happy ending. Because the man he killed at the crossroads, his father, and the queen he married, his mother. The riddle he solved was only the first. The harder one, the one about who he truly was, would take much longer to answer, and cost him everything. But that is another story. Let's linger here just for now, with the Sphinx. Because she's more than a monster. She is the moment before understanding. She is the stillness before speech. She is the test that cannot be passed by strength, only by reflection. The Sphinx is what waits when you stop running, when you're alone, when a question rises inside you that no one else can answer. She is not an enemy. She is a gate, and every one of us must pass her. Sometimes once, sometimes again and again. In art she appears regal and restrained. Lioness body curved in repose, wings arched like thoughts on the verge of flight. Her eyes distant, not cruel, not even curious, just waiting. In the most famous depiction, a verse from the 5th century BCE, she sits on a pillar. Oedipus stands below thinking. That's all. No drama, no violence. Just a question, and a man trying to find the shape of its answer. The Greeks didn't draw her with fire or gore. They didn't need to. Because the Sphinx is terrifying not for what she does, but for what she requires. She requires you to know yourself. And there's no weapon for that, only thought. Even now she waits in our stories. In classrooms, in crossroads, in quiet moments before dawn. She lives wherever a question is asked that might change you. And she doesn't threaten, she challenges. There is something oddly comforting in that. All the monsters we've met so far, they lash, they howl, they hunger. The Sphinx? She only asks. And sometimes what she offers, that moment of understanding, is worth the risk. Because knowledge, like all sacred things, must be earned. And what we learn in silence often stays with us longer than what we learn in fire. So if you ever find yourself standing before her, not in a myth, but in a moment, don't panic. Breathe. think. The answer may not come right away. It may feel impossible, but it is there, and she will wait. Not kindly, perhaps, but patiently, because that is what the Sphinx does. She waits for us to grow into our answers. And now she is gone. Her cliff is empty, her wings folded for good. And you, dear listener, have passed. You have walked the road, faced the riddle, spoken the words, and now you may rest. Close your eyes. The question has been asked, the answer given. The monster has stepped aside, and the gates have opened